For the audience. Oh. As we begin the meeting, I want to call your attention to the committee's rules on decorum. Copies of the decorum rules are located with the hard copies of the agenda and are available for view on the legislative website on the page for this meeting. We note these rules at the beginning of each meeting simply as a reminder that we expect everyone in attendance to be treated in a courteous and respectful manner. And with that, I would call roll call, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee for September 9th. Senator Boner.
Here.
Senator Ellis.
Present.
Representative Tarver.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
Co-Chairman Heiner.
Here.
Chairman Colton.
Present.
All are present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Could I have a motion for the approval of the minutes? Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor of the approval of the minutes indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. First up, we have the Bureau of Land Management plan updates. Morning, Director Archuleta. Would you like to begin as soon as you're ready, sir?
Well, good morning to all the subcommittee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here as always. And I'm Andrew Archuleta, State Director for Bureau of Land Management. And if we're ready, I'll dive right into plans.
Begin, sir.
All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about the resource management plans that BLM is currently working on. The first one I'll start with is the Rock Springs RMP. So we issued the final EIS and the proposed plan for the Rock Springs Field Office on August the 23rd. So we're currently in the process of completing the 30-day public protest and 60-day governor's consistency review. So we're right in the middle of that. Just a little bit of background, we had a 5-month public comment period. As you're well aware, we worked with the governor's task force on some of the details to that plan, and they made some recommendations, which we did our best to include in the proposed final. The draft RMP, I'm just going to go through a few details here as well. The draft RMP recommended a total of 16 areas of environmental or areas of critical environmental concern, or ACECs. In the final proposed plan, we would designate 12 ACECs, 10 that currently exist, and then 2 new ones. And I'll go into a few details about those. So starting with the Little Mountain area, we renamed the Greater Red Creek ACEC to the Little Mountain ACEC. Then areas like Sugarloaf Basin, Pine Mountain were considered for ACEC designation in the draft, but we did not carry those through in the proposed final. The Little Mountain ACEC is proposed to be approximately 108,000 acres. We're also proposing to add the 2,000-acre Big Sandy Openings ACEC and the 281,000-acre South Wind River ACEC. And the purpose of those ACECs is to protect significant historic wildlife and scenic values in those areas. Both of them include priority sage-grouse habitat, big game migration areas, and important cultural resources. That Southwind ACEC also includes the area known as the Golden Triangle. We're also proposing to expand the existing Steamboat ACEC from 47,280 acres to just over 439,000 acres. The expanded Steamboat ACEC includes the Jack Morrow Hills area, if you're familiar with that, portions of the Red Desert watershed, and big game migration and patrition areas. We are proposing to eliminate the 2,500 acre Cedar Canyon ACEC. It's within the checkerboard area, very difficult to manage, but we do maintain protections for the rock art that's in that area. We responded to a lot of comments and interests in protecting the Red Desert area, and the proposed RMP continues existing ACECs in the Red Desert, such as Oregon Buttes. Greater Sand Dunes, and the South Historic Landscapes, ACECs. We're no longer proposing an ACEC specific for the migration corridor, and within the proposed plan, we indicated that we would be following the governor's executive order for migration corridors. Move over to special recreation areas, or SRMAs. A lot of interest in recreation in that area, and we're proposing the Little Mountain SRMA within that greater Little Mountain ACEC. And we continue to maintain the current 5 existing SRMAs. And that new SRMA within Little Mountain is really to manage recreation within that area where we have a lot of currently unmanaged recreation, but to continue the use of that area, especially for hunting and other forms of recreation. Then a few updates on the RMP and mineral development. There are no new closures or restrictions for trona mining within the known sodium leasing area in the proposed final. The draft EIS did identify some subsurface mining only restrictions and some right-of-way exclusions, especially for areas that were eligible but not designated trails, but we have not carried any of those right-of-way restrictions through. The proposed RMP increased lands available for coal from the preferred alternative. And the new areas closed for coal development in the proposed RMP include the Sweetwater County Growth Management Area, the Little Mountain ACEC, and the Superior and McKinnon groundwater recharge areas. And similar to coal, the proposed RMP substantially increased lands available for oil and gas leasing in comparison to the preferred alternative. We did close the Sweetwater County Growth Management Area, Little Mountain ACEC, and the groundwater recharge area for Superior and McKinnon to future oil and gas leasing. The proposed RMP also maintains oil and gas leasing closures in the Red Desert area for the Jack Morrow Hills, the new South Wind River ACEC, and wilderness study areas. So I'm going to stop there with the Rock Springs RMP before I move on to other RMPs and just see if you have any questions.
Committee, you have any questions? Representative Hein? Representative Heiner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Archuleta, thank you for being here and appreciate your time and effort towards this RMP and the revisions you've done. You compared the proposed alternative, the preferred alternative, to what this new EIS is going to be, but is it possible to compare it to the existing current conditions to what this new proposal is?
So I have some of those details, and there is a fact sheet on our e-planning website. I apologize, I'll get fully caffeinated here. Co-Chairman Heiner. There is a fact sheet on our e-planning website that has some more of those details, so I encourage you to take a look at that. So are there specific areas you want me to cover? ACECs, SRMAs?
Yeah, yes, the acreage for ACDCs
Sure.
specifically.
So I'll just go down this table here and list a few of those things. So for ACECs, currently there are 10 ACECs, about just under 300,000 acres. The proposed RMP would increase by two ACECs and 962,981 acres. So about a 700,000 acre difference in ACECs. SRMAs, we would designate, while there are currently 6, we eliminated a couple in the proposed RMP. We eliminated 1, so it'd be 5 SRMAs. We do have, there are, in the north part of the field office, there are designated National Historic Trails. We did, in the proposed RMP, have a 10-mile wide, 5 miles on each side of those trails, just basically a buffer area to better manage development within those areas. But it's not a complete restriction. It's not an exclusion. So it just allows us to manage it better. Fluid minerals, currently 61% of the field office has no restrictions and 15% is closed. the proposed RMP, there would be no restrictions on 32% of the field office, and 30% of the field office would be closed. For Trona, it's currently open to eight. I'm just going to use percentages of the field office. Sorry there. It's currently 89% of the field office is open to Trona. In the proposed 85% would be. So slight difference there. For Cole, currently open 88% of the field office. In the proposed, it would be 84%. For rights of ways, there are no restrictions within 68% of the field office. 11% has exclusions. 21% has avoidance areas. In the proposed RMP, no restrictions on 45% of the field office, so about a 20% difference there. Exclusions on 24% of the field office and avoidance in 31%. And we can provide you with those acreages. I know that's a lot of numbers to grasp real quickly. For grazing, currently, 99.8% of the field office is open to grazing. In the proposed, it's 99.7%. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that, and I would encourage the members of the committee to look at that because from the current condition, it is still a drastic change, but it will impact our area. As you reformulated and changed it from the preferred alternative, was that handled mostly in-state or out of state, Ms. Director Archuleta?
So the majority of the changes were handled here within Wyoming between the state office and the field office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the National Historic Trails designation and you mentioned a 5-mile buffer zone. Can you go a little bit more detail? Does that cover just federal property or does that also affect development on private property? How does that work, especially in, maybe just give us a little bit more information about this area. Is this in the checkerboard? Just more information about how that works would be helpful.
Thank you, Senator Boner. The National Historic Trails that exist there are primarily in the South Pass area, the Jack Morrow Hills area. So there's not a lot of checkerboard. Obviously, there's not any checkerboard up there, but the buffer would only apply to federal lands, to BLM managed lands within that area. Let me see if I have a few more details. Don't really have much more with me. If you have specific questions related to historic trails, we can definitely get you that information though.
Follow up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that answers the question. Thank you. And also on a different note, we see still a significant increase of ACECs. So could you go over what the statutory definition of an ACEC is? And seems like there's been a significant shift in the philosophy of what qualifies as an ACEC. Could you bring us back to what maybe the law says and what maybe federal rules say? Just to give us an understanding of what that's supposed to be for.
Sure. So Senator Boner, ACECs, are a BLM specific designation that come out of FLPMA. And, the purpose of an ACEC is to manage an area for the conservation of specific resources. And so not every ACEC is necessarily the same, if you will. You may have an ACEC that is designated to protect cultural resources within that area. And so any activities that are, just using that as an example, any activities that are proposed in that area are authorized to the extent that they protect those values within that area. Same thing for, thinking of another one, Big Game Winter Range, for example. There may be an ACEC designated to protect winter range or specific wildlife habitat. And again, any proposed activities would generally be allowed that protect those resources. Some of the ACECs within this proposed RMP have some restrictions going into it, such as no surface occupancy and things like that. Does not mean there's not oil and gas development allowed, but there's no surface occupancy. And that's not across the board. If you look at the proposed RMP, there is a table that has each ACEC and the restrictions listed for that particular ACEC and the values that we're attempting to protect there.
Follow up.
Okay, and so is there expansion of the values that you say that we're trying to protect with this proposed RMP then? Are there new novel areas that we're trying to apply this definition to? And if so, could you just describe what they are?
Thank you, Senator Boner. You know, I don't know that there's new novel areas. That's the previous RMP is fairly old, and so there's been some new things that have occurred. Identification of a migration corridor, for example, identification of additional sage grouse habitat areas. Not suggesting that all cultural resources are new, but we continue to identify new locations for cultural resources. So since the previous RMP, you know, the important aspects of those ACECs, I mean, we have identified more, or there have been new things identified, and thus the expansion, but I don't know that's anything novel. If that.
That's a committee. Further questions? Oh, Representative Heiner?
Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman. Director, the original preferred alternative had a road use plan and then it was taken out. And with this new EIS, is there a road use plan in it? I perused it and I didn't see anything, but could you touch on the road use plan there?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Heiner. You know, historically, BLM would develop travel management plans in association with RMP amendments or RMP revisions. We haven't done that for years. In the draft plan for the Rock Springs RMP, there was some old language about travel management. That was a mistake on our part. That was taken out. The proposed resource management plan does not address travel management at all. You know, technically speaking, we would take on a travel management plan at a later date. We haven't made a determination to do that yet. I mean, that is the next step, if you will. That is another fairly large undertaking with its own NEPA process and all.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director, with that statement, then if once this is approved, this management plan, do you intend to close down any existing trails or roads that are on the RMP?
I'm trying to recall, Representative Heiner. I don't recall that there are any proposed for closure within the proposed RMP. So, but we do have, well, I'm trying to remember because every field office is slightly different, but I believe that the travel management plan for Rock Springs is existing routes because we don't have a previous travel management plan where we designated routes. So I believe right now the routes that exist are the travel management system within Rock Springs.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, an existing 2-track will not be closed down at this time.
I'm going to, Representative Heiner, I'm going to caveat that to say, generally speaking, that is correct. But we do have a lot of user-created routes that just show up. I'm not going to say that those would not be closed.
Thank you. Director, I had a couple questions, and one of them was, well, I guess we'll just circle back on this, on these 2 tracks. You know, there was I guess a difference of opinion on what an existing road is. And what I had heard in the past is it had to, if it was identified by the BLM, some numerical identification, then it was considered existing. The issue came down to roads that weren't a duplicate road, but an existing, maybe for, I don't know, known history. 2-track road's been out there. And being you didn't ever assign it, you being the BLM, assign it a certain designated route number, road number, whatever, that you would say, well, then it's not a road. Well, that's the question at hand. I mean, I think it's clear that people understand that duplicate roads where everyone's going parallel to a current road is an issue. However, there are situations, many of them, where you have not, the BLM has not identified the roads by any designation. That's the question I have is, what are we going to do about that? Not a duplicate road in per se. I mean, obviously you could always say a road's duplicate if there's one 50 miles parallel to it somewhere. But say if it was a road that was in fact not a traditional duplicate road, what's your opinion about that situation? If you don't have them identified as the BLM as a route road, what do you think we can do? Or what's your opinion about, is that a road?
Thank you for that question, Chairman. That kind of goes back to the representative's question about a future travel management plan. It is through that process that we would make those types of decisions, whether, a route is an alternate or not. Like I said, right now in Rock Springs, it's the existing road system. If just trying to address your specific scenario there, if we have a couple of roads, one with a designated BLM identifier, one that is not, it's the BLM identifier, that is the designated road. There is no question about that from the BLM's perspective. Now, the other question is that other road an existing road, or is it a recently user-created road? That's where the difficulty really comes in without an updated travel management plan. Our goal is to protect the resource out there and minimize the number of roads in doing that, but at the same time, providing the access that's needed, whether it be to infrastructure or for recreation or anything like that. And I understand there are times when, law enforcement gets involved and some of those become a bigger issue. You said, what's my opinion? I guess my professional opinion would be that we need to undertake a travel management plan to resolve those issues out there.
And the time frame for a travel management plan, what would be your wild guess on that, Director?
So, Chairman, RMPs take a long time, as you well know, and travel management plans are right behind it because we have a lot of different interests out there in what occurs on the ground, whether it be from, industry needing access to whatever infrastructure, whether it be recreationists wanting to have trails, because a travel management plan deals with all types of travel. So anyway, my point is it would take several years to do that, to complete a plan. And we haven't made a decision to begin a plan at any time yet. So.
Thank you, Director. Other question was on trails and buffers. The 10 miles, 5 miles, either side of said trail. The question comes up as the restrictions that could be put upon development of any sorts. It varies, but my understanding of the way that rule was written, it leaves it really kind of fairly arbitrary on what you think is something to stop a development. I mean, it seemed to have a lot of flexibility to it, which I guess is good in one way, but the negative side of this is frankly, if another administration gets in there that's frankly worse than what we currently have, they can look at it in a different light. What's your opinion about the rules that you have to work with on allowing certain activities within a trailed 10-mile buffer?
And Chairman, I'm not sure if you're referring to the draft plan was somewhat more restrictive.
Final.
In the proposed plan, we specifically looked at how we could work with whoever, industry or whoever, in order to utilize that buffer area or get across that buffer area while still protecting those values. And I understand what you're saying. The other side of the coin could be different, but I think it provides us the flexibility to work through those areas and to provide development when needed or access when needed and still protect the values of the trails. That was the goal in the proposed final.
Thank you, Director. Any further questions from the committee on the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan? Oh, Representative Winters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, my concern, I guess, comes mostly from the current administration that's causing you folks to do things that I don't think you're really wanting to do. And the main thing I'm talking about here are some of the terms that are thrown around, primarily conservation and preservation. And I have no specifics on this, but in reading some of the plans that have come about and the ideas, it appears to me that conservation is thrown around continually when it should be talking about preservation. And the grazing portion of this RMP, I'm afraid that much of the plan is going towards actually preservation and not conservation, because I really believe that the ranchers out there are the conservationists, and I would hate to see the BLM get too far away from actual conservation and go more to preservation. I think that it's something that we need to be very cautious and concerned about with this, especially this particular administration that you folks are having to deal with. So if you have any comments on that, I would appreciate it. There is a big difference between conservation and preservation, and I'm sure you know that. So would you comment where you can? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winter and Co-Chairman Kolb or Chairman Kolb. I agree with you. There is a big difference. And when we talk about conservation, I go back to Aldo Leopold, who called it wise use of resources, and we need to wisely use the resources we have out there. We BLM are not a preservation agency. That is not our mission. Our mission is conservation of all those resources for future generations. So the wise use of those resources. So that's my personal philosophy. I agree with you. There is a big difference. They do get blended often. Park Service, the National Park Service has a very different mission. Their mission is preservation. And that is a big way that we differ. So I agree with what you're saying there. And it is my goal that we are conserving, wisely using those resources out there.
Senator Boner.
And so shifting gears a little bit, I'm wondering what role the governor's task force played in this decision-making process. And so if you could just provide a general overview of that, what role that task force played, and know that they came to consensus on a few things, but I'm surprised to see that they didn't come to consensus on a few other things, which I thought would in common sense, like the use of these ACECs. In fact, it looks like you're citing the governor's task force's inability to come to a consensus on things like ACECs as a part of this this newest update to the proposed RMP. So if you could just give us a little bit more information as to what role the governor's task force played in your decision-making process, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Boner and Chairman Colvin and the committee. We took the work of the task force very seriously. That Kimberly and I were there for, I think I missed one meeting. I think she missed one meeting, but we were there and engaged and listening very intently. We took all of the task force's recommendations and discussed how we might address them specifically for every one of them. But you're right, the task force did not agree on everything. ACECs, they did not come to agreement on just across the board ACECs. There was some general support for protecting areas, but not necessarily, yeah, we agree this ought to be an ACEC. So put ACECs aside just for a bit here. the majority of the other recommendations, and honestly, I can't even think of any that we did not directly address within the RMP. They are in there. And if it's not obvious, if we can help you find where and how we addressed it, we can certainly do that. I'll just, as you go through that proposed decision or proposed alternative, there are often times where the task force recommended either alternative A or alternative D, but because they were the same as B, we chose B because that was the baseline, and B referred to current policy and regulation where A or D may not have. So just keep that in mind as you go through it. With respect to ACECs, you know, we got a lot of the ACECs that we have in there were the new ones were recommended by the public. They were not BLM recommended ACECs. You know, oftentimes we don't necessarily get an outline or a boundary or an acreage, and then we apply that to it based on geographic area, the areas of interest that the ACEC is being proposed for, and then we develop that boundary, if you will. So I'm not sure if I entirely answered your question, Senator, but that was the approach. We took them very seriously. We do have a matrix where we went through every one of their recommendations and described how we addressed it.
Follow up?
Sure. Yeah, so I hate to make you speculate here, but say if the governor's task force had come to consensus that the significant increase in ACECs was unacceptable, we wish you wouldn't do it, except maybe in a few very small circumstances. Do you think you would have followed that recommendation if the governor's task force would have came to that consensus? To significantly reduce the amount of ACECs even from your updated proposal?
That's a tough question to answer, Senator. Because I'll be honest with you, the Golden Triangle, the Red Desert area, pretty important, intact, vast landscapes here in Wyoming. And I realize there is some development around the edges of those areas. Well, let's take the Red Desert area, and there are slivers of that Red Desert area that remain open to oil and gas development. It's not an entire, you can't just draw a circle around it and say all of that is currently closed or proposed to be closed. But the intention was to protect the resource values within the Red Desert area, within the Golden Triangle area. And, personally, I am very interested in conserving those areas. Brad and I were coming down from Pinedale, crossing through that Golden Triangle area. Where else in this country can you see that vast landscape with a few ranches out there working the land and no other development? So, from that perspective, I'm not going to sit here and say that, yes, we would have absolutely followed the task force on that particular issue. But I don't know. We don't know because we don't know what they would have recommended or what they never got that far, I guess.
I guess I'll follow up with that, Director. So I was there during those meetings, and some good came out of the governor's task force. I mean, we made some progress, but what concerns me is this. We had, I'll just speak frankly, one environmentalist that shanghaied the whole process and stopped us from getting a consensus, which we needed 100% consensus. I would have liked the outcome to have been that you folks would have said, hey, we've got only one person in this whole group that disagreed with a position that the entire group agreed with. And because of that, it should carry more weight than nothing. And what concerns me is that it looks like it got turned around against us. Oh, the group couldn't decide. I mean, this is what it appears from the outside. I've not been in your meetings, but so we couldn't get a consensus. So that means we're okay to do what one person really wanted us to do. I don't like the word Golden Triangle. And I'll tell you, because it seems to be a buzzword that we're now using as a reason to do all these things. I mean, I was mystified on where the Golden Triangle came from. I mean, who made up this word? Obviously somebody did. And now all of a sudden it's in a vernacular that now we're going to put a stake in the ground and say it's the Golden Triangle. I realize we want to protect important areas. We tried to work through that process with a consensus, and we had a consensus of the group. It wasn't 100%. It was one outlier. And I think that bothers me a lot, that we allow one group to Shanghai what we're all trying to do cooperatively together. And we were willing to make compromises, but at the end of the day, it didn't work. And I guess my concern to you my question to you is that the way you look at it? Because I mean, that's the way the report reads, is that we couldn't get a consensus. So that means, well, you're free to do what one person wanted to do. And that bothers me when one person controls the outcome of such an important thing for the state of Wyoming. Could you comment about how you valued that outcome that I'm speaking about? Thank you, Director.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. You know, I would not say that BLM sided with one person. We listened to the discussion, and we also have a lot of other, you know, through the public comment process, a lot of other interest in those areas. So collectively and you know, internally, we arrived at the decision to designate those ACECs, not because of that one person necessarily, but because of the cumulative public opinion, but public input that we received.
Representative Heiner, co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't want to take away from your train of thought there.
No, it's all right. Carry on,
All right.
co-chair.
All right, thank you. Director, earlier you mentioned that these ACECs were all nominated from the public, the additional ACECs. I'm curious about that. Were those nominations coming from public within the state of Wyoming, or were they coming from public outside the state or environmental groups that reside outside the state that are trying to influence what we do here in Wyoming?
Thank you, Co-Chair Heiner. I believe with this plan, all of the nominations came within the state. That's not to say that there were not similar nominations from organizations that reside outside of Wyoming, but every one of the nominations that we received at least had representation within Wyoming.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But some of these outside groups, environmental groups per se, have representation here in Wyoming, but they're funded from outside of the state. And so I'm curious whether it's citizens of Wyoming that are actually rising up and saying, protect this area, or whether it's environmental groups that have global influence trying to set aside lands here in Wyoming in their larger scheme of things of a 30 by 30.
Director.
And I'm not sure I can really answer that, Representative, but I do know, I mean, I received a lot of phone calls, had a lot of discussions with what I would call individuals, residents of the state of Wyoming, or some that have interest in those areas as well, above and beyond, say, national. I'm not going to throw a group out there, but a national conservation group.
Senator Boner.
I'm following up on the two previous speakers, Mr. Chairman. Seems like we're developing sensing a pattern here where, you know, there's a clear consensus in the vast majority of folks affected by your decisions, but there's a minority, very small minority, that may be represented officially in your process by somebody who actually lives in the community. I can tell you there's folks who live in this community who are viciously opposed to oil and gas development. They represent maybe about 10 to 15% of Converse County people, you know, and so, and they're also affiliated with very largely well-funded, well-organized groups that may have the appearance of being local within the state, but are actually funded by out-of-state organizations. So I'm just concerned with the way the governor's task force worked. Apparently, one environmental group represented by a single person, it may represent 15 and 20% of Wyomingites having undue influence in this process. And so do you have any method of determining what the overall sense of the community is, overall sense of the people who are directly affected by your decisions? What's your process for ferreting out, what the consensus of the community is with all these different elements that are at play?
Thank you, Senator Boner and Chairman Kolb and the committee. We don't have a good method for ferreting those out because I'll start with that. I'll come back to, the public lands belong to all people of the United States. And so we have to consider all comments equally. Yes, we're in those communities, so we hear, what's being said. We have locals coming in, talking to us, and that is an important part of our decision making. But if you look at, just take this plan specifically, okay, the Rock Springs RMP, and if you look at the Red Desert area, you look at that entire area up there in terms of energy development specifically, low potential for minerals up there. We don't have a lot of recent development. We don't have a lot of proposed development. So, our goal in this proposed alternative was to protect those areas, protect the development opportunity in those areas where we see it and where there is potential for development, whether it be coal, whether it be trona, oil and gas, wind energy, as well as conserve those areas that we felt were important for those different resources. So I know not everyone is happy with this proposed alternative, but we believe that it strikes a pretty good balance between across the board in terms of multiple use and conservation.
I have a follow-up question, Director, is clarification. So I just heard that only U.S. citizens' comments were considered for this RMP process. And in the past, I guess I've heard conflicting statements about it could have been worldwide comments. And I guess, could you clarify that only U.S. comments were used when you were developing this RMP for your decision, as opposed to any outside of our country's persons commenting?
So Chairman Cole, let me clarify what I said there. I said the lands belong to the people of the United States. I wasn't talking about comments or whether we considered comments only from within the United States. I don't know that we received any from outside. I'm not aware of any outside of the country on this particular issue. We do get comments from other countries on various issues. I'm not aware of any on this particular RMP, but.
All right. Well, thank you, Director. I just wanted to clarify that. Any further questions for the committee before I move on? We'll move on to the Buffalo Resource Management Plan. Director.
All right, Chairman Kolb and the committee talk a little bit about the Buffalo Resource Management Plan amendment. So the plan, we issued an final EIS on the proposed plan amendment. It was required by the district court out of Montana, a court decision from a couple of years ago, actually. The public protest and governor's consistency were completed June 17th and July 17th, respectively. We're looking at issuing a decision here within November, December timeframe. I believe we have addressed the governor's consistency review comments. Those have gone back to the governor's office. And like I said, we're planning on issuing a decision by the end of 2024. The decision in that plan was no future leasing within the Buffalo resource area. The decision was based on kind of the outlook for coal, the market for coal, the fact that, the United States right now has quite a capacity of natural gas and other resources. And well, I'll just leave it at that. Any questions that you want me to address on Buffalo plan?
Committee, any questions? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's at least the second time I've heard you say that the agency forecasts a lack of need for development, or you're kind of speculating, but whether it be oil and gas and Rock Springs or the need for coal in general, well into the future. I'm just wondering, do you see that as your role as the BLM is forecasting the economic needs for different commodities?
Thank you, Senator Boner. No, we don't. But in terms of the decision that we're going to make, we look at, what is the potential for future development in those areas? What is the need for that future development? I mean, similar to developing an energy right-of-way corridor through an area. When there is an interest or a need for that kind of development, then we try to respond to that. Different, but same type of scenario. Right now, those coal mines in the Powder River Basin, they have, again, it's market driven there. So it's an estimate, but we estimate that they have sufficient coal to mine through about 2041. We have not had a request for a coal lease since 2013.
Sure.
Follow up.
So when that changes, and I mean, it changes like technology changes and whatever drives the commodity markets, very complicated decisions. And so when that changes, what's the process that the BLM has to adjust to those new realities? Even say you approve this RMP as is, what mechanism is there in the future when there is a demand, say, for coal in Campbell County again? When you do have a need for a lease, can you go back and change that and respond to the new reality?
Sure. Good question, Senator Boner. And, yes, it'd be the same process, looking at adjusting for changes in technology or changes in need. And I know there's a lot of research going on different uses of coal besides just currently burning it for energy, but different ways to utilize it for energy. And if we see those advances and we see that increase in the market desire for whether it be coal or other commodities, then we would respond accordingly.
Sure.
Follow up.
And so what would that take? Would that be a new RMP? What's the process that it would take to go ahead and allow for that development again?
It'd be a plan amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director, I had a similar question on the same vein. Coal joke, I guess, but
That was good.
so what is the downside of just leaving it in there, the coal development? I mean, I don't know why you're motivated to take it out of there. I mean, why? What negative thing can happen because it's left in it? I mean, I just don't know what, but besides politics, when it's not the flavor of the month right now, why couldn't we just leave it in there? I mean, I don't know why you're motivated to do all these revisions for what? I mean, there's so many other things that's going to restrict the use of coal, right? So just as a thought, why can't you just leave it in there? I mean, why, I guess, what's your motivation for taking it out?
So,
Thank you,
Chairman
Mr.
Kolb, just so I'm understanding your question, you're asking why would we not leave the area open to future leasing?
Yes, Director.
Yes. That's a good question. And that was one of the alternatives that was considered. The best answer I can give you is that is the current direction. Not the current, what I was going to say is the current direction of where we seem to be headed with other sources of energy. That may change, as Senator Boner suggested, in the future, and we would respond that. I don't know if there is a downside. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Director. Fair enough. Co-Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, this idea of closing down future coal mining in this resource area, did this originate within your state office, or did this originate outside of the state?
Thank you, Representative Heiner. It's a BLM decision, collective, whether it's within the state or nationally. I think I've sat here and told you before, I support traditional energy development and want to see it, similar to what the governor has said. It's an all of the above need that we have here, whether it's renewable energy plus traditional energy. So I'm not trying to avoid your question there, but there was a lot of collective discussion, both from within BLM Wyoming, BLM Montana, because they're part of that original court case, and our Washington office. You know, the administration has set the priorities that we as BLM try to achieve and follow, and that is one of those priorities. Not to close down or not to lease coal, but to focus on renewable energy. And this is a part of that direction.
Follow it.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, so I appreciate the emphasis for renewable energy, and if we go to the heart of that desire is to reduce emissions. It's to reduce the environmental impact of some of these thermal fuels that we have. But we are, as a state and in my area, we're working diligently with a company that can take or plans to take coal and make ammonia with almost zero emissions. And the science is there. We just had a delegation from Japan come over and visit and talk to us about that because they're very excited. There is a vast need, not only within the United States, but worldwide for additional ammonia. And ammonia can be generated with coal and almost no emissions. So if the overriding desire is to reduce emissions, we can still utilize coal and create this ammonia, which is, you know, there's no carbon at all in ammonia. And so there's no carbon emissions. So if we follow the science, there's no reason to stop coal mining if we utilize science. But what I fear is we're following politics rather than science. And I appreciate the comment from Senator Boner. If there's not been any leasing since 2013, why stop now? It's already stopped itself. Why must we put politics in the middle of this to curtail any future leasing when it's already stopped? But if we have to turn around and start leasing it for ammonia, something that's viably has no emissions but can benefit the world energy problem, why would politics stop us from doing that? I'm just a little confused why we're going to this step to put politics in front of science.
Co-Chairman Heiner, I appreciate that question, and I'll make this statement. I hope it's true. I'm not a politician, so I don't know if I can answer the question about why put politics in it. I do agree that there's a lot of new and advancing technologies. They're still coming out. They're still being developed, and just look forward to seeing where that goes. And there's some other uses of coal that I've read about as well, but it's all very new technology right now. And maybe in other countries it's further advanced. I'm not sure, but look forward to seeing the progress to be made on that. I mean, you know, Powder River Basin is a huge source of coal. Some of it deeper than we can reach, but there's still a lot of mineable coal.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I guess you're off the hot seat on the politics of the federal government trickling down to you here in the state of Wyoming. The Greater Sage Grouse Resource Management Plan, Director.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Before I jump to that, I just want to let you know, we are working on the Newcastle, Nebraska Resource Management Plan as well. That plan had a lot of public meetings, a lot of involvement with cooperators. We're looking at releasing that draft near the end of October timeframe, so just be looking for that. We have, engaged the stakeholders there in eastern Wyoming, as well as parts of Nebraska, where in Nebraska, we manage about 4,000 surface acres, and I want to say it's about 20,000 subsurface acres. Greater Sage Grouse Plan. So, over the years, there's been a couple of different plan amendments that the courts have basically rejected. We've continued to work closely with Wyoming Game and Fish and the state of Wyoming. Wyoming Game and Fish has developed a really good management plan. the purpose of, well, one of the purposes of this new plan amendment was to take more of a range-wide approach, where the previous plan was state by state, and that was one of the courts, one of the directions from the court was to manage the species on a range-wide basis. Let's see, I'll just jump into some details here and then we can turn to questions here. So in 2023 or this last year, previous year, we had about a dozen cooperator meetings, Wyoming Game and Fish and Association of County Commissioners, quite a few different groups involved, a lot of different comments. We have actively met with the governor's task force, the Western Governor's Task Force for conservation of the sage grouse, and there's been a lot of good debate, a lot of good discussions. We had over 100 cooperator meetings to gather input across the states. And then on December 8th, 2023, we released an administrative draft to the cooperating agencies to continue to gather input. On March the 15th, 2024, we published a draft EIS and plan and made it available for public. Well, actually, it came out, yeah, made it out available for public comment on March 15th and June 13th. We had 13 public meetings held across multiple states, had 4 here in Wyoming, which took place in April. We considered comments we received on the proposed amendment, and just, appreciate a lot of the input, a lot of the interest. We BLM Wyoming met weekly with Wyoming Game and Fish to try to resolve differences we had in language. There's the proposed or the draft plan had some expanded PMHA or core areas in the state's plan. A lot of those expansions were looking at new data, new genetic data and movement of the birds. Our intention is to adopt Wyoming Game and Fish's map of core areas as BLM's PMHA designation area within the state of Wyoming. So that's where we're currently with that. A lot of discussion about adaptive management with the state of Wyoming. I believe we have resolved those issues and come to agreement on the language that is in the proposed plan. The draft plan had several an alternative for ACECs and those have been considered, and we're also looking at a different designation of PMHA with additional restrictions, not both but one or the other. So anyway, that proposed plan we're looking at coming out within the next 3 to 4 weeks, I would expect. So we'll be looking for that, and I'll just stop there and open it up for questions.
Well, thank you, Director. Committee, do you have any questions for the Director? Oh, Co-Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Archuleta, I don't want to appear adversarial, because that's not what our intention is. We're just trying to understand and get so we can go back home and explain some of these things that are transpiring. And a lot of things are happening with the BLM, to be sure. But we have been, as a state, have been managing sage grouse for a number of years under a statewide plan. And this year I've heard numbers and seen graphs that show that the numbers are up 50%. Some of the leks close to where I live are up 100% this year. We're doing okay. So you mentioned that this is being driven by the courts. They want a regional plan versus a statewide plan. And I understand that you're not one of the attorneys that was involved in driving that court action, but can you help me understand why the courts would rather have a regional plan versus a detailed state specific plan that is working?
Thank you, Co-Chair Heiner. You're right, and I've heard nothing but good numbers this year as well. But we know that sage grouse populations are very cyclic. Last year was not such a great year. This year is a good year. I hope that continues. I mean, overall, that's the goal. The idea here is to conserve the species so that should the Fish and Wildlife Service be petitioned to list it, that we can show that we are actively managing the species and numbers are increasing and there is no need to list it as a threatened or endangered species. That's our goal here, right? And I think everybody understands that. But when the courts looked at the state by state plans, yeah, we're doing great here, not every state necessarily. I agree that Wyoming has a very good plan, and it is our goal to manage with them hand in hand. When you raise it up to a regional or a range-wide plan, that does make it more challenging for us to do that here in Wyoming. But that is our goal, is to continue to manage hand in hand with Wyoming Game and Fish.
Director, I have a question on that same subject. What do you what do you prefer, a regional plan or a local plan with the state? What is your opinion about what is the best way forward on how to manage the bird?
Chairman Kolb, honestly, and my background is wildlife biology, and so from a biologist standpoint, a range-wide plan makes the most sense. But none of what we do here is without, as you've said here, the politics involved. And so, it's going to be very difficult to ever have exactly every state doing the same thing. And the habitat's different, the geography is different. So there's going to be some across the range differences anyway. From purely a biologist standpoint, it'd be nice to erase those lines and figure out what's the best thing we can do for the bird across the range. That's what this plan attempted to do. And then we placed the state boundaries on it. And we looked at, well, what's specific to each state that we need to continue to incorporate.
Thank you, Director. Why wouldn't we just leave Wyoming alone? If we're doing well, I mean, it's had to be Captain Obvious here, but if things are going well, why are we paying a penalty because, say, some other state has other issues that are maybe, local to their area? I mean, what are we going to have to pay a penalty because some other state doesn't keep their population up, and then we have to then have more birds here and then shut ourselves down? I mean, I don't get the relationship on why we should suffer, frankly, because of an issue in another state that we have zero control over. I mean, could you help me understand that a little bit, if you could? Thank you, Director.
Chairman Kolb, I don't see it. I guess I don't know that it's a penalty to the state of Wyoming. Different perspectives, obviously, but if and when the Fish and Wildlife Service is petitioned to list, it's looking at the entire population, not state by state. So that's, part of the reason that a range-wide plan is important. And that was something that the judge identified as a shortfall. It's, for better or for worse, Wyoming has more habitat and more birds than any other state across the range. And so it is the keystone area for greater sage grouse. You can look at that as a positive or a negative, but I agree with you. The state of Wyoming has been doing a really good job, and the intention here was not to suggest that things aren't going well here or that that Wyoming has a bad plan, but it's looking at what information has come out scientifically. How can we add to that? Should we add to that? Should we do the core areas that were identified still make sense? Some of that was expanded. Some of those core areas were slightly expanded. So I don't know. I'm not seeing it as a penalty necessarily. But how can we continue to manage the birds so that it does not get listed?
Well, respectfully, we have states' rights, and we have the right to do, to exist as a state of Wyoming. And why are we? I understand there's different issues here at play, we can't be damaged by another state's issue, them not keeping up with the quote unquote bird quota that we need to have as a total, without some other compensation. I don't know how else to say it, but
Yeah.
I think we're separate states within the United States, and we're not the Soviet Union of the United States. We are in fact individual states, and I think therein lies the rub, that I mean, you're trying to balance it as an entire population, and I respect that, but also respect our rights, that we have to exist and we shouldn't be damaged. I think that, in my mind, is really sums it up, that it's not so simple, I guess, maybe is an easier way of saying it, and we can probably agree. Any further questions for the director on the stage grounds, man? Seeing none. Thank you, Director. I guess maybe might have you come back up again if further questions come up during public comment. Appreciate your willingness to come up here and testify.
Thank you, Chairman Kolb and the rest of the subcommittee. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and just have the discussion.
Public comment? Anyone wishing to come up to? Come on, come all. Mr. Magagna, I guess you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. My comments will be specific to the Rock Springs RMP, and I commend members of your committee for the questions that they focused on, and my comments would be very similar, so I won't repeat any of that, just appreciate it. In terms of grazing, which is our primary interest, the changes that were made from the proposal to the now what is the final draft of the RMP were pretty much reflected everything that we had requested through the governor's task force as far as grazing specific items. So for that, I commend the BLM. However, our concern remains very grave with the overall document because of the broader implications. And obviously the primary one is the ACEC designations. My entire personally, my entire ranching operation lies within the so-called Golden Triangle, including the home that I live in the summer months. So I'm very concerned about that one. And I think that the way we need to look at this, and this would two things I would emphasize. One is the stacking that's taking place here. We have a draft resource management plan, some of which we agree with, some of which we're obviously going to oppose. Then we stack on top of that a sage-grouse plan and the conservation rule that's already put in place. And then we've got a solar plan coming out. And it really makes it impossible for us as people who live and work on this land, whatever our interests are, to put that whole package together. I would almost suggest that it would behoove the BLM with the Rock Springs RMP to either put it on hold or adopt it as an interim plan until all of these processes are completed and they can all be built into a extensive plan where they don't conflict with each other. So that's one point I would make. Travel management, as you're well aware, Mr. Chairman, the original draft document that came out did have 16,000 miles of road closures in the Rock Springs Resource Management Area. That was quickly pulled back, saying that was a mistake. That needs to be dealt with separately. And that may well be, and I respect that. But if and when the agency gets to developing a travel management plan, it's going to be developed within the parameters of what this resource management plan provides. So if we've added 700,000 or 800,000 acres of ACECs, that's going to significantly influence what the travel management plans will look like. All of these other special designations, the set aside, the 5 mile buffers, all of those are going to influence that plan. So again, if this becomes final, it's setting the stage for a far more contentious and less acceptable travel management plan. Finally, the last point I would make, and this applies generally to many of these agency actions, BLM and other natural resource agencies, the agencies tend to look at it in the context of how they would implement plan. For example, ACECs, I read the language that's in FLTMA on ACECs, and there's nothing in there that directly says it's going to impact livestock grazing. However, each one of these designations provides a basis for those environmental groups that would challenge virtually every use out there to build those challenges. They don't have to just prove that in general it's bad. They can say, well, this is an ACEC, and therefore whatever activity, whether it's mining, oil and gas, grazing, recreation, is a threat to that designation. And so I think it's important for us, the agencies don't do it, for us to look at these various plans and documents being developed in the context of what stages are they setting for litigation down the road? Because certainly litigation has been unfortunately a part of our lives on natural resource management in recent years. I would emphasize the importance of that. Beyond that, certainly from a grazing perspective, as I say, the ACECs and the 5 mile buffer are the two major concerns that we have, but we share all of the other concerns. For example, again, back to the Golden Triangle or the different designation names they have placed on it, it's already protected. It has the Hoback to Red Desert Migration Deer Corridor going from the upper part of it. The entire Golden Triangle is been designated as critical sage-grouse habitat by the state of Wyoming. We've seen no energy development there, but if the day came that there was a need to do it, I think we could do it in a manner that's consistent with all of those things. So why do we need to put designation on top of designation on top of designation? And effectively, no one knows where they stand, but the outcome is that we, over time, prohibit virtually all the uses that are important to us as the citizens of Wyoming. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGagn. Any questions? Grazing Association? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Colin McKee. I'm with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, and appreciate y'all having the meeting today and letting us have a couple of minutes. So my comments will be specific on Rock Springs RMP as well. So on the draft RMP, the Petroleum Association of Wyoming submitted about 20 pages of what we thought were pretty specific substantive comments. The theme of our comments were to provide additional evidence to the BLM on the oil and gas industry's lessening footprint with advancements in technology. We're able to reach farther and drill multiple wells on a single pad. And so, development that was seen in this state or across the country decades ago is not what is being experienced now. The other part of our comments was, again, to provide additional evidence that the reclamation practices for the oil and gas industry are similarly advancing. And so now what we see often is areas that have been temporarily disturbed after they go through reclamation will have better habitat than reference native sites. So we're trying to paint a picture that, with I think kind of the scare of the BLM possibly going with their preferred alternative in the draft was to explain and show, provide proof that all the additional restrictive restrictions that they were proposing weren't necessary, with right-of-way exclusions, with no oil and gas leasing in certain areas and the like. One of our comments was responded to through the final, and I was not overly excited with the response. It felt kind of half-hearted. So we had a number of companies, a number of operators that are experts in reclamation practices and drilling practices, and I was disappointed that our comments were not taken seriously through this process. The BLM did in their final, in the final RMP and their preferred, now they have backed off from what was proposed in the draft. I don't think that was a very high bar to meet. There is still a significant increase in right-of-way exclusion areas and no future oil and gas leasing and the like. And I don't feel like it is really backed by scientific reasoning, more long policy. The biggest area that I think we still have concern with, and you've heard it multiple times now, is the Golden Triangle. There is no active oil and gas development in this area. It is being proposed for an ACEC because of the sage-grouse habitat and migration corridors that go through it. But almost half of the Golden Triangle does have active federal oil and gas leases. It is an area that is adjacent to the Jonah-Pinedale natural gas development areas, which is the most prolific natural gas field in Wyoming. And there are a number of companies that have purchased that have valid existing leases in the Golden Triangle that if they are not able to purchase additional federal leases, may not be able to fill out their development plans and drill this area in the way that they that would be best. If it continues to have right-of-way exclusion, they may not be able to get pipeline distribution infrastructure to get product out of the area. They may not be able to get electric transmission infrastructure to run their well sites. And so designating this area as an ACEC will have an effect on the existing leases that are out there. My additional concern with the BLM's designation of the ACEC, so it's the FLTMA, Federal Land Policy and Management Act, that gives the BLM the authority to designate ACECs. They are designated if the BLM's current management activities are incapable of protecting the resources that they want to protect. And so the BLM has proposed to designate the Golden Triangle as an ACEC, and the primary additional management would be right-of-way exclusion, no future oil and gas leasing, et cetera. FLTMA requires the BLM to explain how their current management activities are incapable of protecting the resources that an ACEC would protect. And additionally, the BLM is required to disclose what additional management activities would be required to protect those resources. The BLM did not do this in the RMP. They did not explain how their current management is incapable of protecting sage-grouse habitat or migration corridors or the like. They did not analyze how the state of Wyoming's sage-grouse executive order is incapable of protecting that habitat, how the governor's migration corridor executive order is incapable. So in my mind, I think they failed their job in designating these ACECs. They found areas that they wanted to protect and are proposing to do that without explaining why. And it will have effects on oil and gas development. I do appreciate that, again, the number of acreage has gone down significantly from the draft to now and what will be available. But this area is incredibly important, I think, to the future of Wyoming and to a number of companies and to the communities in Sweetwater County and Rock Springs Field Office. And without sufficient explanation of why current management is incapable of protecting these resources, I think that we don't know why they're doing this. So I know you guys are running over on the first topic, so I just wanted to address the ACEC portion in that area in particular. And I was on the governor's task force. I don't want to run down that rabbit hole in case unless you all have questions, I'm happy to. But with that, I'd stand for questions.
Any questions? Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, Senator Cole brought this up before of, you grew up in Wyoming. I've never heard of the Golden Triangle, and now we're talking about the Golden Triangle. I know you follow these issues closely. When did you start hearing about this area being referred to as the Golden Triangle? I'm just kind of curious to get your thoughts on all of that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator, thank you. I don't have the history on it. I don't know why that name came up. It actually took me a long time to figure out what the heck it is. And it's an area in between two highways. And I think the southern or the northern border of Sweetwater County just creates a triangle that I don't know what it refers to. I Googled it. Nothing comes up. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure someone out there does.
Co-Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKee, thank you for being here. Appreciate the efforts put forth out of your busy day to be here. But the oil and gas development with this new proposal, the exclusion for development is going to double, going from 15% up to 30%. So there's going to be some significant area that will be off limited, and the Golden Triangle, I assume, is a big portion of that. But what was mentioned in testimony this morning was that even though some of this area is still going to be open for oil and gas development, there will be a requirement of no surface disturbance. So help me understand how you can develop oil and gas with no surface disturbance. There's got to be something there that you know that I don't.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, so I don't know if there is. You're probably tracking pretty well. I think the area that they're proposing for NSO is primarily, it's in the expanded steamboat ACEC. And there would be, I think, significant NSO around that area. I don't know how you develop oil and gas resources without some level of temporary disturbance. So I don't know how to answer that question. It's a fair one.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we know when the oil and gas business reclaims rights of way and disturbance, we have the numbers that show that the grazing is increased by 7 times what the original grazing forage was. And so it's left in a better condition. So in your opinion, Mr. McKee, can the oil and gas business go in and create some surface disturbance and minimize that, but then reclaim it and actually enhance the value of the land, the surface land?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman. So those were some of the studies that we provided in our draft comments. A couple of the highlights. There was a study that was conducted about a decade ago that showed oil and gas's lessening footprint due to advancements in technology. And it found that, and this was 10 years ago, with 1 mile lateral hydraulic fracturing and multi-well pads, that there's now about a 70% reduction in fragmentation and footprint from oil and gas activities as compared to the early 2000s. So the footprint is becoming substantially less. There are also, there are a few studies that are coming out of the Jonah area that are showing reclaimed sites being more productive than reference sites. So there's a greater diversity and an amount of plant life, and it's bringing in a greater diversity of an amount of bugs, of insects, many of which are in the sage-grouse habitat or sage-grouse diet. And so we provided what I thought was a pretty good list of scientific research that is showing, yes, we do have temporary disturbance. We do not deny that. In core area, it's limited to 5% and 1 disturbance per 640. So, you know, the governor's sage-grouse executive order mitigates the amount of disturbance, but we are, after we go in and drill sites, the reclaimed sites are providing better habitat for all sorts of wildlife. So, yeah.
One more, please.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for all the questions. So, Mr. McKee, I'm curious. There's a lot of emphasis for in this one world order, this new globalism, that we obtain our fossil fuels from somewhere outside of the United States. Let's go to Venezuela or Colombia or some of these other countries and get their oil versus oil and gas from here in the United States. So do you have any data that correlates environmental impact in Venezuela for drilling for oil versus here in the United States? Because I'm just curious, is it less of an impact on the environment to purchase our oil from other countries versus what we do here?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman, I have not done, I'd love to wonk out and analyze things, but I have not done analysis on other countries' environmental regulations. What I do know is that we know the environmental regulations that we have here in the United States. We know what they are on federally managed lands, and they are very strict from a disturbance footprint. There are requirements from environmental, from air, water discharge, everything, and there's a gamut of things that we know we have to follow that minimize impacts. They don't eliminate, but they minimize impacts to a great extent. And so without knowing what is required of operators in Venezuela, we do an incredible job here, and we know how to mitigate a lot of the impacts. And so that's why we always try to encourage development on public lands. It comes with a lot of strings and requirements, but it will be some of the best development that would occur. So.
Committee? I did one other, I guess, broad question. Your opinion of the Rock Springs RMP. Overall, I assume it's not going to help, but could you please share your opinion of the work that we have now to deal with as it moves forward, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I mean, looking to, maybe like the governor's task force that had 11 different interest groups on there. I think there are some interests in Wyoming that probably feel like it's landed in a pretty good place. I'd have to let them speak for themselves. From an oil and gas, perspective specifically, my opinion is it did not land in the right place. Again, being better than the draft is not an achievement. It is significantly more restrictive than what current management is out there. And my impression from being at the public meetings on the governor's task force was that the public in that area was pretty happy with the way things are being managed across the board. I did not hear a lot of dissent or discouragement about the way things were happening. So that's my opinion. And again, getting back to my original comment, without having a true justification for why additional restrictions are necessary,
Thank you for sharing your
and if anyone doesn't want to refer to the Golden Triangle as that, the ACECN, there's the South Wind River Front. So you can, whatever you want to call it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sean Taylor, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. I believe at your first meeting, I gave you all kind of a brief co-op 101, talking about who we are and what we do and why we do it. As well as I think I shared with you that what we call the regulatory train wreck slide. If you remember that, it just colorful one pager that just talks about all the rules, regulations coming down from multiple federal agencies. And you all are talking about part of that train wreck today. And it's a little bit like shooting fish in a barrel. You just take a shot and you're going to hit some rule that is going to impact, in our case, rural Wyoming. And so with that, I'm not going to get into many details, but I wanted to share with you that like WRA, our association, we represent the 11 distribution co-ops across Wyoming and the 4 generation and transmission cooperatives that provide wholesale power. We have a national organization that represents all the co-ops across the country and the G&Ts across the country. And they've been very active on a lot of these fronts. And so I was just going to give you a quick update, let you know what the co-ops are doing, both at the national level and on behalf of Wyoming's rural electric customers. And these are all prefaced, whether it's a lawsuit or comments coming out of NRECA, that's the National Cooperative Association. They're all preferenced on reliability and affordability and the threats that these pose to both of those. And whether you're a member of Mr. McKee's association or Mr. McGagna's, and anywhere in between, you want the lights to come on and you want to be able to afford your power bill. And every one of these instances or issues that you talked about this morning are a threat to both of those. So with that, on the conservation rule, our national organization filed a lawsuit in Wyoming in July. And they were joined with other stakeholders, including the American Farm Bureau, Federation, American Exploration and Mining Association, Forest Resource Council, American Petroleum Institute, American Sheep Industry, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, and National Mining Association, as well as some others. So they filed a lawsuit on the conservation rule. And again, if you just keep reliability and affordability in the back of your minds when you talk about any of these rules, they all are a threat to reliability and affordability. On the sage grouse RMP, same thing. NRECA filed comments in June, and we're keeping an eye on that. Even though it's the Rock Springs RMP, our National Association filed comments on that as well, because they see the significance and the dangerous precedent that it could set for other RMPs, and we're kind of already seeing that. And then the last one I would just point on, and Mr. Magagna kind of talked about this, and this is the Western Energy Plan expansion from the BLM, and they published the proposed RMP, which expands the 2012 Western Energy Plan for utility scale solar development on BLM lands to include other states, including Idaho, Montana, Washington, Oregon, and Wyoming. And I hate to read testimony, but I'm going to read this to you because this came from one of our NRECA attorneys. BLM has placed restrictions on siting for expansion of the solar farms, which will likely continue to make renewable generation development on public lands challenging. Further, the implementation of the conservation rule and the sage grouse RMPs will also limit and delay availability for utility scale solar and wind on BLM managed lands. And that goes to exactly what Mr. Magagna was saying earlier. You just start stacking these one on top of the other, and pretty soon you can't do anything. And then who gets the call when the lights go out? We do. Or who gets the call when the power bill's too expensive because we had to spend so much of our members' investment, member owners' investment on compliance with any of these rules. You can see why we call it a train wreck, and that's what's coming down at us. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you
All
for your
right, thank you.
testimony, sir. Introduce yourselves.
Mr. Chairman, committee, good morning. My name is Micah Christensen. I am Natural Resource Counsel for the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. And with me is past president of our association, Commissioner Willix here in Converse County. I'll speak briefly on the Rock Springs RMP. Our association, along with numerous counties, including Converse County, who is not directly impacted within the RMP boundary, but sees the impact as a member of the state and as a county, and as far as productive lands, if other counties are less productive, resources that would otherwise stay in Converse County get sent and redistributed to other parts of the state. And while Converse County doesn't oppose sharing the wealth, it's sure great to see all of our neighboring counties be productive and therefore, we submitted comments on the RMP revolving three primary concerns. First, ACECs, second, the socioeconomic analysis, and finally, consistency with local plans. And before I jump into it, I do want to point out one thing I think is very great for the state of Wyoming, and that is that we had the director of the state BLM office, Archuleta, here with Brad Purdy. It's vital that we work together and have a good working relationship. And I don't think it's reflective in other states, the investment that our state office spends, not only in committee hearings like this, but in different opportunities. I mean, just last year, we were here for our WCCA spring event, and Director Archuleta was here speaking with county commissioners, and I appreciate that work. So although I'm going to complain about the RMP a little bit and some concerns, I certainly appreciate them being here to explain and talk not only with the committee, but continue the dialogue with us. First on ACECs, I'm not going to repeat anything that's already been said, but just so you're aware, in Wyoming, there are currently 693,291 acres of ACECs designated across the entire state. You heard this morning from Director Archuleta, the proposed RMP is 962,981 acres. In other words, we're seeing over a 35% increase from a single field office. This is an incredible concern, not only for obviously those in Sweetwater County, Fremont County, Uinta County, Sublette County, but also for other RMPs that are down the pike, coming up the pike. I think Director Archuleta said this was done with help from the state office and the field office, and that's good because that's what the law requires. But unfortunately, the state office did not write the conservation land health rule, and they have not directed the policy of the Bureau of Land Management to so aggressively find acres to designate as ACECs. This is a substantial change in the way that resource management plans are being done across the West. Moving on to the socioeconomic analysis, most of our comments surrounding this issue is that the RMP data was substantially old. Obviously, as you know, it took, I think, 15 years for that RMP from start to finish to be completed. Unfortunately, that time period, things have changed, and those were identified throughout comments and were asked to be reevaluated under contemporary circumstances, looking closely at these communities, these counties, and what those impacts might be. Unfortunately, response to comments here just simply refers to the sections of the RMP that have all the old data. So we bring concerns about the quality of the data, and we get sent back to the bad data. But then going into consistency review, and I think this is probably the heart of the comments from our association. Consistency with local plans is not just a good idea. It's a requirement by law. FLTMA contains requirements for the BLM, but also the National Environmental Policy Act, specifically 40 CFR 1502-16A5. Here it says within the environmental consequences section of an EIS, the BLM is required to include a discussion of all possible conflicts between the proposed action and the objectives of federal, regional, state, tribal, and local land use plans, policies, and controls for the area concerned. We raised these concerns in our comments. I know other counties did as well. Converse County, our association raised these, but we took it one step further. We took the proposed or the preferred alternative B in this case, and compared it to the 5 resource management plans, natural resource management plans from the counties, the 5 impacted counties, to do a breakdown to give the BLM an opportunity to do this review. Unfortunately, that review never took place. It didn't take place before the draft. It didn't take place before the final. There's absolutely zero information in the final RMP referring to consistency with plans outside of conclusory statements that they are consistent with local plans. I think you'd probably hear something different from the local counties regarding things like substantial swaths of ACECs and large corridors of places that are no longer going to be developable. This is a large concern, and hopefully something that the governor's office can bring forward with the consistency review period. We're currently in the protest period, as you may be aware, and so counties are currently working through that as we speak. And with that, I will respond quickly to Representative Heiner's question to Colin McKee. You asked about development in other countries and whether or not that would be a net good for the environment or net bad. Those studies have been done. In fact, the WCCA submitted comments on the BLM bonding rule, and I'll just read you the statement from our letter to the BLM. It's important to remember that forcing oil and gas production off of federal ground does not stop global demand for hydrocarbons. Based on the Environmental Performance Index produced by Yale University, the Institute for Energy Research reported that the average barrel of non-US produced oil is produced in a country with an environmental score that is 23.6% lower than that of the US. Every barrel of oil produced in the United States has a net positive environmental impact. Purposefully hampering production on public lands is cutting off our nose to spite our face. And with that, I will open the floor to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willicks, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Willicks, Converse County Commissioner and past WCCA President. Just a couple of things I'd like to point out. First, thank you. The legislature authorized a second position under the FNRPA grant for Wyoming County Commissioners Association, and our new employee is here drinking from a fire hydrant in the back. Tristan has joined the group, but the volume of stuff that is going through is just incredible, and to have more help there. So thank you for authorizing that. And we've got that filled and moving forward. Micah only has to work 22 hours a day now to keep caught up. He gets a whole 2 hours of sleep, and family time in between. So thank you for that. It's huge. As he mentioned, counties are commenting on issues that aren't in their area. We're commenting on the Black Hills plan that's going on. We're commenting on the Rock Springs. We're commenting on those stuff, getting in the fight so that we can work on that stuff. But one thing I want to share that Director Archuleta can't say, and others in today's got to say, this is all coming out of Washington, and as good employees, they're trying to implement what they're being told to do. And I know he's not supposed to say that, and he won't say that, but if you read between the lines of all the meetings that I've been in and all the things that have happened, whether it's old growth, sage grouse, conservation, solar, Rock Springs RMP, it is clearly a top-down directive, and good employees have to implement what their bosses say. And they're doing it, but I will say, the local people we deal with continue to be receptive, continue to be in the dialogue. They're just being backed into a corner. And we're doing the best to help them out of that corner as we can. The other good news I want to share is there's a ton of Zoom meetings going on. And on those meetings, we have the conservation districts, we have the governor's office, and we have representatives from the agencies. We have County Commissioners Association, WCCA, at times industry. We're all moving forward, parallel and adjacent, trying to accomplish the same thing. And so know that we are working together. Micah gets calls all the time from other states going, how do you guys get together and accomplish this? It's because it's the Wyoming way. We get together and we figure out how to move forward. So you can be happy that there's not a splintering of how we're trying to move. We are the role model, quite frankly, for the Rocky Mountain region on a lot of these issues because we have a method of working together and working forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to echo, thank you, the legislature, for the second position. It will be valuable, and know that we're staying in the fight, and be glad to answer any questions. Mike is probably the expert on most of the questions you're going to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Willicks. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question that's not fair to either of you, but I'm looking in the audience and I'm always curious why we don't have more representatives from Wyoming Education Association or the School Boards Association. For my years on serving on that committee, year in, year out, from Uintah County, Lincoln County, Sweetwater County, we always hear declining revenues are damaging our schools. We can't do the job of educating our kids. Yet when we talk about industries and things that make your communities vibrant, they're missing from that conversation. So maybe I'm unfairly targeting those entities right now, but I am curious, since you've spent time looking at these documents, have they been engaged in the comments as this process has evolved? Is that something I'm missing, and do I owe them an apology? I hope I do.
I have not reviewed all the comments on these RMPs. Potentially the BLM could. I certainly not in the areas that we work in as cooperating agencies. And that's because they're not as an association, just like PAW or stock growers. They wouldn't be invited to those meetings. However, of course, public comment is vital. That's part of NEPA is that public engagement. And so they can, and we would say should. Counties do go to bat on all socioeconomic issues. So I like to joke with Jim and Colin that they've got some pretty narrow, we care about grazing, we really care about oil and gas. Counties care about everything because it takes a lot of industry. It takes a lot of employment. It takes a lot of people to make a county successful and vibrant. And losing an industry, losing part of an industry, losing an entire industry is devastating. So we talk about it. We mentioned in our comments that oil and gas revenues go to supporting our school districts. And if you lose an oil and gas job out in the oil patch, he also lost his wife, a school teacher. You lost 4 or 5 kids from a school district. Like, these are not inconsequential just numbers on a document. It's really the heart and soul of a lot of our rural West and certainly rural Wyoming.
Well,
Follow up.
just a quick follow-up. I appreciate that. And I just want to offer that when the administrative record's compiled, I'm sure I'll take a peek at it through some means. And if I owe those districts an apology, please know I'll make that apology. But it's just the impact of the community is just so wide. And we hear this all the time in our state about education needs in that particular corner of Wyoming.
Mr. Chair, I have a little follow-up for that, if I may. I think the reason they don't engage is because they're not directly impacted on the funding. The Supreme Court has said, you guys are going to fund them, number one, so they don't lose funding. You guys just have to shift that funding to get to education. It's a roundabout way. They are affected, but they're not directly. We are directly affected. If tax revenue goes down, it goes down. If it goes down for schools, Supreme Court case at least seems to lay out, you guys have to figure out how to get it back there. I know that there's a little nuance there and Brian's eyes went up on the comment, but that's part of, now, what's your name? Micah is correct. We talk about education all the time because all of those things are part of the association. So it's not silent in the comments, I will assure you, but I'm not sure the Education Association has jumped up or the education has jumped up. We keep them informed, but my nickel.
Senator Boner.
Yeah, quick follow-up on that one for Commissioner Wilkes. There has been times, say with a lawsuit over Commerce County ES where the county commissioners have worked with the local school district, at least Commerce County #1, which did provide affidavits in that case, something similar, I guess you could say. So maybe a similar effort with the county commissioners would be appropriate. I'm not sure if you have any additional discussion there. I know we all worked on that together, Commissioner Wilkes. But I mean, was that your suggestion that the local school district get involved in that particular case? Was that of their own initiative? I'm struggling to remember exactly how we got them involved. Maybe.
Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we did. We reached out to the school district because we knew that argument that Micah was talking about was valuable. So we wanted a firsthand perspective. So it was a reach out from our side that said, School District 1 and 2, give us some feedback on this and how losing the CIS would impact all those things that we've talked about.
Further questions? Oh, okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any further comments from anyone in the audience? Anybody on Zoom? No? All right, well, that'll conclude this section that's taken us a bit of time. And we're already behind, so I would propose a 5-minute break to go to the bathroom. And we'll get back after that. So it'll be at 10:25. Turn that, oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot how that got turned off. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Boner. Next on the, oh, yes, Senator Boner?
If now's the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion regarding the Rock Springs RMP.
Yes, sir.
I'd move that we have also draft a letter that would serve as a response to the final or excuse me, a protest to the final update to the EIS. I think we have until September 23rd to file a protest, since this committee did file a comments to the Rock Springs RMP. I suggest that we file a protest based off the public comment we heard today, and also have also go through any of our recommendations the committee made that were not followed in this updated draft, that we also point that out in the letter.
Then we would you also include the, I guess, in the motion that the co-chairs would sign said document after review from the full committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I trust the chairman to do whatever they needed to make sure everything was good to go there.
All right, thank you. Could I have a second on that? Second by Co-Chairman Heiner. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Same sign. Motion passes unanimously with present committee. Next, we'll be talking about noxious weed control and habitat restoration, and then we're going to combine that with the wild horse management update. So we could, Director Archuleta.
Thank you, Chairman Kolb, and I'll try to make this fairly quick here. So we issued a record of decision for the programmatic approval addressing vegetation treatments, use of herbicides for 7 additional herbicides, including indaziflam or Rejuvra, which is so important here in the state of Wyoming for cheatgrass. The addition of the 7 approved active ingredients obviously gives us more options for BLM, but also helps us with the county and with the adjacent National Forest Service lands to treat it all together. We do have financial assistance agreements with 18 county weed and pest districts, so it does support our effort to do a more landscape approach to noxious weed treatment. But just real quick, in 2023, BLM provided about 3.5 million to county weed and pest districts. In 2024, that went up to 5 million. So just continuing to work with the local weed and county districts. That's our best approach to treating noxious weeds that are out there. If they can be treating across county and BLM lands, that makes the most sense. Now with this new programmatic approval of these additional herbicides, hoping that continues to improve our coordination there. That's all I was going to cover on noxious weeds there.
Any comments from the committee on noxious weeds? Seeing none, continue, Director.
Move over to wild horses here. This last year, we completed 3 gathers in Wyoming. The McCullough Peaks gather was back in March. It was a bait trap removal. Target was 40, I think it was 42 horses. We removed 40. Target was 42, we removed 40. That gather garnered a lot of public interest, as you well know, a lot of media interest, but we did bring it down to an AML level of 140 horses. The North Lander complex gathered included Conant Creek, Dishpan Butte, Muskrat Basin, and Rock Creek. Our goal was 2,700 horses. We were able to gather 2,577. So a great accomplishment there. Great job by our field office. We then moved on to the White Mountain gather near Rock Springs in August. And our target, I believe our target was about 590 horses. We removed 586 and brought that population down to low ML of 205, low AML to 205 horses. This year, we've placed 335 animals into private care in support of, the on-range accomplishments. But just want you to know, we currently have about 5,055 animals being cared for in off-range facilities, includes Rock Springs and Wheatland. And that's the other side of the gather equation. We've got to be able to adopt horses and move them on. And the success in future years is going to be dependent on our ability to reduce the numbers that are in off-range care right now. We haven't finalized the schedule for next year, but we are on the list for a couple of additional gathers, mostly in the checkerboard area. And we'll continue to push that and see what kind of progress we can make. End of my report.
Thank you, Director. Committee? Oh, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend you, Director, for your work to begin to get a handle on this issue. Just a technical question. When you say you gathered down to AML, is that the lower or higher end of AML?
On these particular gathers, we went to low AML.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are there anyone anyone in the room, public comment? Anyone online for public comment?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, we have Arthur Lawson online, as well as Kit Wentland for the Wild Horse update.
All right, bring him in, if you could. Go ahead, sir. Give your name and who you represent.
Good morning, members of the committee, Chairman Kolb, Chairman Heiner. My name is Kit Wentland. I do tribal relations policy, and I'm special counsel in Governor Gordon's office. The committee had requested that we provide a quick update on some money that we had requested in our budget last year for wild horse efforts, feral horse removal efforts in Wind River, as well as around the state. I'm happy to provide a quick update on that and then probably turn over most of the details to Art Lawson, who's the director of Shoshone and Arapaho Tribal Game and Fish, if that's all right with the committee.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. The budget request this past session was for about $500,000. It mimics a request or a budget grant that we received a couple years ago for similar efforts. Those past efforts are well documented. We contracted with Director Lawson, and there was a very successful horse removal effort on Wind River that he has then paired with other funding that he's gotten from BIA and other sources, to where there's been a huge removal of feral horses, upwards of 6,000, I believe, on the Wind River Reservation. That has greatly helped their ecosystem, just general range and forage health overall. So definitely commend Director Lawson on those efforts. Right now, he's spending through other money that he has. We have our money that the legislature appropriated waiting for a future contract with him. And we're going over ideas outside of just roundups that could be helpful for him moving forward now that he's gotten his horses down to a more manageable level. And then I believe we were also figuring out other opportunities that we can look at as well for some of that funding, because in the past, we've given about $100,000 to the Honor Farm for their wild horse and burro program. With that, happy to stand for any questions, and then I'll happily turn over the details for Wind River removals to Director Lawson.
Committee, any questions? Oh, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just can you give us a little bit more detail as to what you're looking at in terms of how you're going to split up that $500,000? I know that the $100,000 we gave to the Honor Farm was a one-time expenditure for infrastructure needs. Are you considering maybe trying something different? Something that would look at, say, fertility control, that sort of stuff. Just a little bit more detail as to what you're currently considering for the distribution of those funds.
Chairman Kolb, Senator Boner, of course, there's been a few ideas that we've looked at, mainly in the past. I mean, you're right. While it was a one-time thing for the Honor Farm, it's also something where we could consider the same request again. I know we've talked with the Honor Farm a little before we submitted our budget request. Their requests for the program or for updating things like tackle, providing a professional who came in and did training for the inmates and the trainers. I think there's probably other ideas they could give us along those lines as well. In terms of for Wind River, most of those efforts were for the roundup transportation and management of getting feral horses rounded up. Outside of that, I know we've had a couple of groups around the state ask for money for actual roundups, similar to what happened in Wind River. As for fertility controls, I don't know off the top of my head if a specific group has requested it, but I would imagine that we'd consider there'd be several viable opportunities moving forward that we'd be happy to look at. Moving forward with Director Lawson, we've talked a little bit about, is there a way for him to have a position that could help do continual horse counting in Wind River so that he could have an idea if numbers are getting out of control again, and it would take some pressure off his existing folks. We can look at efforts like that or other management activities outside of strict roundups.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Do we want to bring on Mr. Lawson?
Mr. Chairman, he's been admitted to the meeting. There we go.
Mr. Lawson, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now. Could you introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, I'm Art Lawson. I'm the director of Shoshone and Arapaho Tribal Fish and Game.
Well, continue, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to go over what we've done in the past. In February, March of this year, we did an aerial count, infrared count of 2,083 feral horses total on the reservation. That gave us the correct total amount we have left on the reservation. In June of 24, we did another 1,057 horses gathered, and then that brings up the total of 7,633 horses removed off the reservation, and that leaves us about 1,026 left total.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Seeing none. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Director Larson. Is that about the number you think is correct? What's your goal for the overall number of horses on the Wind River Reservation? You think we're at a good spot, or you think we need to keep on gathering?
I think we need to keep on gathering from what we're seeing because it is the hunting season. My warrants are out more. We're seeing the colt crop increase. So that number is increasing, throughout the year. We plan on doing little smaller roundups with the assistance of some of the BLM specialists with, around water holes and stuff like that. And I kind of have a warden full-time keeping count of all the horses in different range units. And so that way we can keep our focus in certain areas where the population is growing faster than others. And then I also have him out patrolling, checking people to see if they're illegally dumping on the reservation.
Committee, any further questions? Go Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just as a follow-up to that, you've removed a lot of these feral horses over the past couple of years. Could you just briefly touch on the impact to the range and other species because of the removal of these feral horses? Has it rebounded? Have you seen any improvements because of this?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of improvements, especially in the sage grouse. In the areas where the mule deer migration studies going on, we're seeing a lot of more mule deer than we ever seen in areas we haven't seen in the last 10, 15 years. It's kind of nice to see wildlife come back and sage grouse all over the reservation. The sheep habitat area above Washakie Reservoir is really came back in full with the assistance of Fremont County Weed and Pest spraying up there. The sheep are staying down lower and they're actually expanding to more areas. And so we believe that sheep population is going to increase quite a bit.
Good. I just have one comment, sir. Thank you very much for what you do. The program is working well. I think it's serving a lot of people in a broad way that in the past, hasn't been done these same things. So just to say thank you for a program that works and look forward to further cooperation into the future.
Yeah, on behalf of the tribes and Tribal Fish and Game, we want to thank you guys for the assistance with the funding.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, thank you for your testimony, sir. Any public comments in the room? Last chance, gone. Next, we have oil and gas leasing, Bureau of Land Management. Welcome again, Director Archuleta.
5 minutes right there.
My glasses are apparently missing, so. Apologize for that. Thank you, Chairman. I was just gonna cover the this last year's or FY 24's lease sales. Give you a few statistics there. So the first quarter lease sale was held March 5th, 28 parcels covering just under 13,000 acres were offered, and 25 parcels covering 11,000 acres were sold for just over 9 million. The second quarter lease sale was held June 27th. 18 parcels covering 10,000 acres were offered, and 15 parcels covering 8,533 acres were sold for just a little over 5 million. We completed the public protest period for the third quarter lease sale on August 26th. Third quarter sale is scheduled for September the 25th. We only have 4 parcels totaling 159 acres. Then our fourth quarter lease sale is on track for December. Currently, the sale has a total of 13 parcels covering 6,600 acres. So back to quarterly lease sales, at least that's the plan, all based on expressions of interest that we receive from nominators. And with that, I will close my testimony.
Committee, Co-Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, appreciate that information. And as we compare these numbers to historical numbers, it's a dramatic drop. And the third quarter of 159 acres is just a low water mark for us. I don't remember ever having anything that low. And of course, it's what's been nominated. So my question is, why are the nominations dropping off from hundreds of thousands of acres down to 159 acres now? Is it because of the bonding requirements or because the royalty has increased? Help me understand why the nominations have dropped so precipitously.
Sure. Thank you, Co-Chairman. And I'm not sure I have a good answer to that. You know, there is a new fee requirement associated with leases. Hard to tell if that's the case or not. You know, we did have some new leasing regulations, obviously some increased bond requirements associated with those leases, but it's hard for us to put our finger on it right now. Several things happened concurrently, and I'm not sure I have the answer to that question. We are not deferring a lot of parcels. I mean, it's generally been 1 or 2 per lease sale that for whatever reason, wrong legals or occasionally a sage grouse issue, we're not deferring a lot of parcels.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the converse side of that, Director, you know, we can look at these lease sales, but we can also look at the APD backlog. Have you seen the backlog of APD permitting increasing, or are we keeping up with that? You know, just trying to understand what's happening with our oil and gas industry.
Sure. So Representative Heiner, just to be clear, are you asking the BLM backlog of APD applications or what we have approved?
Yes. Do we have a lot of APD permit applications that are not getting permitted or taking longer to get permitted? Is there, are the oil and gas companies getting disenfranchised, that they're not asking for more leases? I'm just trying to understand where this drop of interest is coming from, whether it's, because they can't get the permits to drill, or because of, in litigation over these drilling plans. I just don't understand what's driving this.
So Brad just provided me with some quick numbers here, and then I'll explain just a little bit here, but so for FY 24, we received 41 APDs. We actually have 598 APDs that are pending. We've processed 80 and approved 80 APDs. So, there is, to answer your question, I would not say that we internally have a large backlog. We do have a number that have not been issued due to ongoing litigation, or we can't issue an APD for a particular area because of ongoing litigation. That's the biggest issue we're facing right now. And until that litigation is resolved, there are certain areas we just can't issue an APD. And
Further questions to the committee? Well, seeing none. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, good morning again. Colin McKee with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. So I'll skip some of the stuff that we talked about during our last meeting and bring up a couple of new topics for you all to ponder. So the first one deals with Forest Service, which does count as a BLM topic because parcels from Forest Service are sold through the BLM process. So I'm counting it under the BLM umbrella. The Forest Service, and specifically in the Thunder Basin National Grassland, has not been offering parcels for sale that are in sage-grouse habitat since about 2015. Thunder Basin is just up north here. I'm sure Senator Boner, others here could probably speak to it better than I can, but it's just up north here. And there are parcels in the Thunder Basin that operators would really, really, really like to have to, again, fill out their development areas and do the most diligent operations that they can. There was one limited instance a few years ago where some parcels were let out, but beyond that, the Forest Service, when a parcel is nominated, the BLM sends it to the Forest Service. They have to basically say, yeah, we will let that one go. And they're not, I can't remember, it's conferring. I can't remember the exact term, but the Forest Service is not allowing leases on sage-grouse habitat. They say that the land use plans do not incorporate the appropriate stipulations for sage-grouse habitat management or mitigation. And so what they're doing is waiting for the BLM to finish their RMP revisions for sage-grouse. And once that's done, the Forest Service intends to then do revisions to their land use plans, update those with the intention of then allowing for oil and gas leasing. Best case scenario, the BLM would finish their sage-grouse RMPs this year. And let's say it maybe takes to the Forest Service a couple of years to do their land use plans. We'd be looking at maybe 2027 before companies could start nominating and being able to bid on parcels in the Thunder Basin. And that doesn't assume the BLM RMP is getting litigated or deferred or anything like that. So, so there's another kind of wrinkle in the whole leasing program. It is affecting operators' ability out here in the Powder River to do their best job. And I wanted to put it on your all's radar. I will say with the BLM recently released their oil and gas program revisions. There's very extensive revisions to how they manage the federal oil and gas program. There is a new provision in there where the BLM can add stipulations to a lease that is managed by another land management agency. So, the Forest Service is saying they can't let these leases because they don't have appropriate sage-grouse mitigation. The BLM now appears to have the ability to add stipulations. And so if there is something that is not up to par, I think that the BLM would have the ability to bridge that gap. It's something that we've had some initial discussions with the Forest Service on. I've got a group that will start talking with the BLM on this. We just got a little busy during the summer and couldn't get to it. So that's one topic. The other, and this will be something that we'll just need to watch as it starts to get implemented, the BLM's conservation and landscape health rule that was issued this year became effective in June. The BLM earlier in August released a number of instruction memorandums that provide additional guidance to the agency on how they're to implement this rule. And two of the provisions that I'll highlight from these instruction memorandums. So there's one that requires the state director to, by the end of this year, to identify 2 areas that are restoration priority landscapes. There is some, it's not hard and fast, but there's some direction in one of the IMs about what the state director is to look for in selecting an area. Again, this rule has a goal of protecting intact landscapes, of protecting habitats, connectivity areas, and the like. So that will be something that we'll be interested to see, what the state director is looking for in those restoration priority landscapes, the size and what type of restoration activities would occur. So that's one portion. The other part of this rule is the BLM now being able to issue leases for restoration and mitigation purposes. And on this, I'm more interested in the mitigation leases, where if a company proposes some type of productive use on public lands, the BLM may require that they also purchase a mitigation lease to offset those impacts, some form of compensatory mitigation. So this is the one, like I said, the IM was just issued about a month ago. It will be interesting to see how the BLM uses it, what they consider, what types of impacts they would want to be mitigated from various activities. But it is something I think will start to play into oil and gas development on public lands. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. McKee, I don't know if you can answer this question, but do you know what the ROIs are on private versus federal, just rough numbers? Just to kind of piggyback on the previous questions, people were asking about why we're not leasing up federal lands. Do you have those numbers back in your mind?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I apologize. I do not. It's something I could see if I could put it together. I wonk out in the regulatory world, not so much the ROI world, but yeah.
Further questions? Co-Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKee, I don't have any data to back up this question, but it seems like it's been a long time since we have leased any forest land for oil and gas. And the last time I recall that happened was more than a decade ago, and it's still tied up in litigation. So there's been no development, even though we know that there is oil and gas recoverable in commercial quantities in those parcels. Is it true that we're not leasing forest land anymore in the last current time period? And what do you think is the reason that we're not pursuing development on forest? It seems like we're pursuing parcels on the BLM quite regularly, but not on the forest. And, decades ago, when I first graduated from college, there were a lot of wildcats going on in the forest, but not anymore.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman, that's a good question. Maybe something we could cover in a subsequent meeting. I could do some research. From the oil and gas lease sales that I've looked at since I've been at PAW, so 3.5 years there, I don't recall seeing any Forest Service leases going through. The few Forest Service leases that I have seen, again, were the ones in the Thunder Basin that had sage grouse habitat on them and were not offered for sale. But beyond that, I wouldn't really know. I don't have a good answer to your question, but it's something I can, again, look into.
Follow-up.
Follow-ups.
Actually, it's not a follow-up. It's another line of thought. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So,
Continue.
Mr. McKee, you mentioned that with the new conservation leasing, that some of these developments for natural resources may be required as a condition of their development to actually purchase a conservation easement to mitigate the impacts. That's very concerning to me. Do you see that as something that the oil and gas companies may be required to do in order to develop one parcel? They have to buy a conservation lease somewhere else in the state and eliminate grazing or something like that. Could that possibly happen?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair, so the way the mitigation leasing, the way I understand it will work, is that a mitigation lease would be purchased that would match the duration of the impact being offset. So if you have if a company purchases some oil and gas leases that they estimate will produce for 30 years, the BLM would have to go through their process to determine what level of impact needs to be offset from purchase of those leases. And then a company would, purchase a mitigation lease, do whatever activities the BLM has stipulated, and that would have to occur for those 30 years. The way I understand it is that mitigation and restoration leases cannot be purchased in areas where their restoration or mitigation activities, or if there are existing authorized uses on that land that would conflict with mitigation or restoration activities, that you could not purchase a lease in that area. So if grazing was occurring on land and a company wanted to purchase that area for mitigation lease, and grazing was going to be incompatible with the things they wanted to do, the BLM would not offer that parcel. So I have to leave the discretion or the judgment of the BLM here a bit, but I don't think you can have incompatible uses on mitigation leases, if that makes sense.
Further questions? No, seeing none.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony. Director, would you like to answer that question? I assume.
Thank you, Chairman. Not necessarily answer the question. I need to make a correction to my previous testimony there.
Continue, sir.
The numbers that I provided you were for the month, not for the year, not cumulative for the year. So I'm going to give you the APD numbers for the this year up to this point in time. So currently we've received 563 applications, APD applications. We have 598 pending. We've processed 542 and we've approved 480. I thought those numbers sounded small, but anyway, my apologies.
Thank you for the clarification, Director. Any public comment? No, last on this current topic with the oil and gas leasing? Anybody on Zoom? No? Okay. Then we're going to move on to the next topic, coal mining and leasing. Travis Dehigh.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Detaille is joining us online this morning.
Could you bring him in?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Continue,
I
Travis.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I seem to be having trouble with my camera. And looks like I'll be speaking as a blank screen.
Well, I recognize your voice, sir, so continue.
Very good. And again, my apologies. I appreciate the opportunity to Zoom in to speak with you. I planned on being up there in person, Mr. Chairman, and I had a fire that I had to put out this morning and set me behind. So I appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I tried to jump in with my hand when you were talking about the Rock Springs RMP. I don't want to be left out, so I will just start really quick, just to let the committee know that the Mining Association is also very involved with the Rock Springs RMP and a number of other things that are going on in that region. We are working on our protest comments right now. I've got smarter people than I working on it, but obviously it was a little bit better than we had anticipated, but there are still some significant issues that we are going to bring to the agency in our protest letter, and I'm happy to provide that to the committee once we get it drafted and get it submitted. We are working with our national partners on a number of other issues, including the conservation plan as well. National Mining is carrying a lot of the water for us on that. There's a lot going on, and I think Mr. Taylor, when he gave his excellent testimony, there's just so much going on right now, and regardless of what side of the issue you fall on, the administration is simply making it tougher for us to produce. And as I've mentioned before, this committee and other committees, production for the state of Wyoming is revenue, production is jobs, and unfortunately, we're just in a situation right now where the folks driving the clattering train out of Washington, D.C. are just making it harder and more difficult for us to do that here in Wyoming. With respect to what's going on in the Powder River Basin, I will just say this. Where we are in the process right now, the WMA did submit our protest letter to the BLM for their Buffalo RMP. The governor's office has completed their consistency review, and it's my understanding that they have received their response to their consistency review, and they are appealing that. So the process is moving forward, and I was visiting with the governor's office this morning. They did deploy, the legislature gave them, I believe it was 1.5 million for the coal litigation account. That money has been deployed. Part of it, one of the entities that they did hire with that money will be working on the litigation for the Buffalo RMP, because that's likely where it's heading. We're going to end up in court on that. And so that's a good thing. And unfortunately, what it signals is that, whether it's the no leasing option, whether it's the EPA Clean Power Plan, the Mercury Rule, the OSM 10-day notice rule, we're going to be in court for a long time. And that's just the way it is. Elections have consequences, and November is going to be pretty darn important going forward. That's just kind of where we are. There's a lot of stuff that's just out of our hands right now. I will tell you this, in the Powder River Basin right now, we did have a pretty dreadful first and second quarter, but production is picking up a little bit. We're down about 20% from where we were last year as far as production goes. That translates to roughly 33 million tons. We'll be making some of that up in the second and third quarter. EIA came out with their short-term outlook about a month ago, and they project that production will indeed pick up. So we are seeing that right now with some increased production. The trains are running okay. We're still seeing some issues, depending on which company you visit with some consistency, as far as getting one train one day, 5 trains the next. But the railroads are performing adequately right now. And I think, that some of the issues that I've heard from my operators regarding the trains are not necessarily the railroad to blame, but their customers and, coming out and asking for more coal at the drop of a hat. And so they're having to work through those issues. But the railroads in general are performing okay right now. And that's kind of the snapshot of where we're at. But I would say that we are in a difficult position right now. Demand is not where it has been in the past, and a lot of that is due to the low cost of natural gas right now. The prices are not quite where they need to be for Wyoming coal to be productive or competitive. I think we see the sweet spot between $2.75 and $3, and that's when our coal is competitive. We're seeing over the last 2-3 quarters, over the last couple of years, when the gas prices really spiked about 24 months ago, and there was a significant increase in demand, and we actually couldn't meet it because the railroads weren't prepared. But we've seen a lot of those stockpiles at the utilities build up again. So that translates into a lot of the utilities burning down those stockpiles, and that's softened demand a little bit. And and that's just where we are. The unseasonable weather we had, the warmer winter, that's all contributed to the lower demand right now we're having. But operators are optimistic going into 2025. That production is going to pick up a little bit. But the leasing issue it remains a concern. A little back of the napkin math, we have probably with the operators in the Powder River Basin in the Buffalo RMP area have got about 4 billion tons of coal leased right now. And of course, as it stands right now, they cannot lease anymore. So that's where we're at. And what that means is, the utilities are looking at that and they're making their long-term decisions that is the coal resource going to be there for them, going forward. And it's not just, not just in the short term. I think we're okay in the short term. We've got enough to meet what we need in, probably the next 8 to 10 years. But then where are we going after that? And, the backside of it is, we want to be able to lease the coal. But in order to do that, we have to get a lease, and that leasing process, that's a 4 to 7 year process. So as companies are making their plans right now, I do have companies that, with their projections for their customers, they need to lease more coal going forward in the future if they're going to be viable. And right now the option's off the table. So back to my original point, Mr. Chairman, is, we're going to be in court and elections have consequences. And that's kind of the snapshot of where we are right now, Mr. Chairman. And I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Detai. Any questions from the committee? Co-chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Detai, there's been some consolidations up in the Powder River Basin as of recent. How do you see that? Do you see any impacts for the state of Wyoming and coal production from that consolidation?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Heiner. In my conversations with the companies going forward on the consolidation, I have been told that for Wyoming and the PRB operations, there will not be much change going forward. That company in particular that's there right now has made it quite clear that it's part of their model that they are going to exit the basin over a period of time. Those mines are still doing quite well for them, so it's not gonna be overnight. But as far as the trajectory that particular company and that particular merger in Wyoming and with those mines, we're not going to see much change.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Detai, we have heard from the BLM that the Buffalo Resource Management Plan anticipates with this amendment and change that we have enough coal that's leased at this point in time to be able to carry forward up to 2041. Do you agree with those numbers from your perspective? Do we have enough coal to keep mining through 2041 and meet our demands?
Mr. Chairman, I would answer this this way. When the RMP came out and the no leasing option was approved, I think you have to look at the big picture. Where we are. I always find it confounding, when you hear coal is losing its ground because of the market is deciding. And that just makes me scratch my head because a market, implies choices. And when utilities are choosing what to deploy and what's going to be available in the future, it's hard to say that coal is even a choice when it's being overregulated by the federal government, when it's overtaxed at the state level, arguably, and now when you go ahead and just take it off limits, that's not a choice. So what's happened is we're basically getting pulled out of the mix, and it's not the market that's deciding; it's federal policy. And so, to say, well, we've got enough coal for the next 20 years. Well, I suppose if you're mining it the way we are right now, yes. However, when you look at what's happening with the electricity demand in the United States of America and some of the projections that are coming out, that in order to accommodate data centers, in order to accommodate AI, in order to to take into account the huge demand, electric vehicles, everything that's going to come online, and the amount of electricity that's going to be necessary to take coal out of that mix just doesn't make sense. And so, you know, the New York Times came out with an article earlier this summer that referenced an AI search, a basic AI search compared to a basic Google search uses 10 times as much electricity. Where are you going to get that power? You're not going to get it from wind and solar, because we know, everyone in that room knows, wind and solar don't work. They work when the wind's blowing, they work when the sun's shining, but then they don't. You've got to have that base load power. And right now it's coal and gas. So to sit there and say, oh, we're going to be fine for 20 years without taking into account the electricity demand that this country faces going forward in the next couple of decades, I don't think you can sit there and say we have enough coal. And that's my response. That's how I'd answer that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testimony, Mr. Dehigh.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you much.
Anyone else online? No. And any comment from the audience? I see none. So last chance. Thank you. Take it over. And so to clarification, the people that are here, we are going to switch the chairman for today, and it will be co-chairman Heiner continue for the rest of the meeting today.
So that was just the air going out of my sails that you just heard. We'll move on to Good Neighbor Authority. Kelly Norris, would you please come forward? This is something that this committee has been very, very supportive of, and it's been very successful in the past. So we would like to get an update how things are going and what we can do to further the efforts.
Good morning, Chairman Heiner, Chairman Kolb, and members of the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee. My name is Kelly Norris, and I'm the Wyoming State Forester. Thank you for inviting me here today for an update. With me is Assistant State Forester of Operations, Matt Marshall. Over the past several months, our Good Neighbor Authority program continues to provide important project work on U.S. Forest Service and BLM lands in Wyoming. The Good Neighbor Authority forester positions have been critical to keeping up with the Good Neighbor Authority workloads, as the majority of our forestry staff have been out assisting with wildland fires for this summer. Currently, State Forestry has 20 active U.S. Forest Service agreements across 6 national forests and in 2 regions. We also have 3 active BLM agreements. These agreements combined together total $9.2 million in funding. State Forestry currently has 1 full-time permanent Good Neighbor Authority coordinator position who helps oversee the operations and project management. Through the approval of the 2025-2026 budget, a new grants and agreement specialist position was added and filled this July. This position will help us to manage and administer the increased amount of state forestry federal grants, including the Good Neighbor Authority agreements, and it has already become a huge benefit to our division. Currently, the Black Hills and the Medicine Bow Route National Forest have year-round at-will contract G&A foresters. We also had a great seasonal G&A forester that completed work for the Bighorn National Forest. We do have 2 at-will G&A forester positions open that we are trying to fill, and that is in the Bridger-Teton and the Shoshone National Forest. A few accomplishments I'd like to highlight since the June committee meeting. State Forestry entered into 4 new agreements this summer. One agreement is with the National Forest Foundation that provides funding to hire the G&A forester for the project work in the Shoshone National Forest. The other 3 agreements brought additional salary funds for our G&A positions, for the Bighorns, the Medbow Route, and for our permanent coordinator position. In the Black Hills, our G&A forester developed 2 new timber sales and amended a timber sale to add more volume. This added over 1 million board feet of timber on approximately 350 acres in the Black Hills. In the Medicine Bow Route National Forest, State Forestry administered a service contract that completed over 1,380 acres of wildlife NEPA surveys to assist with moving necessary NEPA forward. A new thinning contract went out to bid, and about 930 acres of service contract work between 2 large G&A projects were completed. We did put out to bid 2 very large timber sales that did end up going no bid in the Medicine Bow route this summer, and we are currently coordinating with the U.S. Forest Service and BLM on next steps. With that, we also had pretty active projects going on in the Bighorns. We did award a fuels reduction project in the Shoshone, re-advertised another timber sale in the Shoshone, and worked on a fuels reduction project in the Dune Noir fire shed. With that, in June, I provided the 2024 Farm Bill update. And since June, there's been a little movement in that Farm Bill. And the Farm Bill is set to expire October 1st of 2024. So this next couple of weeks is a very important time for our Farm Bill and GNA. We'll see what Congress ends up deciding, if it's going to be a continuing resolution or not, or an extension. I did provide you a handout that was created by the Council of Western State Foresters on Good Neighbor Authority activities and accomplishments that was done to show accomplishments in 2023. It is an excellent comparison as to what Wyoming is achieving in relation to the other Western states. And it's no doubt that Wyoming is carrying well above our weight in project achievements when compared to staffing and funding provided in other Western states' GNA programs. The council is working on updating this for 2024, and I will share this newly updated one with the committee in the near future. I want to thank this committee and our legislature for their time and efforts in supporting the Good Neighbor Authority program. Wyoming's forests have benefited from the successful implementation of this program over the last several years. The success of the program is definitely in part to the leadership and support from Wyoming's National Forests and BLM, as well as the support state forestry receives from Wyoming's conservation districts, county commissioners, and the Wyoming Rural Fire Association. It's been a team effort all around. Tomorrow afternoon, State Forestry will be providing a tour of a Good Neighbor Authority timber sale in the Bighorn National Forest with the Joint Agriculture Committee. And because this committee is so supportive of State Forestry's GNA program, I welcome all the committee members to join us on the tour tomorrow afternoon. And I will end my presentation here and open it up to any questions that the chairman or committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have one. I appreciate the information that you sent to us, comparing the different states' GNA programs. And with one full-time employee, you've done wonderful. But now as we expand the program, will it grow exponentially with the additional help that we've provided from the legislature?
Mr. Chairman, that is a great question. Yes, we do plan on that. There is an interesting caveat with that, and that's what you heard. We are trying to bring in the salary funds to get us in a good place to hire permanent positions. But in the meantime, as we get our positions filled, our GNA positions filled, we have been seeing quite a bit of growth across all of them. We are looking at also BLM and how we can combine maybe certain areas where we have, for example, in the Bighorns, a seasonal forester. Is there a place to look at also combining that with some BLM federal funding to expand that position and have it be longer than just a seasonal? So we are looking at how we can work together between not only with our national forests in both regions, but also locally with the Wyoming district offices and seeing how we can use our agreements to leverage what you had given us, which is more positions.
Thank you. And looking at the other states, some of the surrounding states, Montana has 21 positions, Colorado has 14, Idaho has 15, Oregon has 25, Washington 30, and we have 1. So as we look at what they're doing, I'm sure with the resources they have in these other states, they have some best practices that hopefully we can learn from. Do we occasionally have dialogue with these other states and their GNA programs to see what we could share with them and what we could learn from them?
Mr. Chairman, that is another great question. Yes, we do. So the Council of Western State Foresters actually has a Good Neighbor Authority group that we have our program coordinator, and Matt also attended this year in Arizona. And we work together. They meet once a year and go through agreements, updates, changes. We learn from each other because, as you said, there are full bureaus in some of these states just doing good neighbor authority work, such as in Idaho and Montana and Washington. And with that, we also meet once a month as cooperators. And just recently, State Forestry also has started working with the regions, both regions bringing out their leadership out onto our projects to discuss what we can do to improve our efficiencies and best management practices in our agreements and our grants so that we can get more work done on the ground. So yes, we do work pretty collaboratively through the Council of Western State Foresters.
Any other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Kelly and Matt. Appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Now we'll open it up to public comments. First, ask if there are any citizens or individuals who would like to comment. We'll take them first. Any citizens, private individuals? Seeing none, any others that would like to comment? Any organizations? Or we're going to catch up fast, Co-Chairman.
You're doing a great job.
All right, that will close public comments. No one online. All right, we'll move on to the wildfire mitigation plans and discussing rights of way access for power line maintenance. And United States Forest Service, is Chris Campbell online?
Mr. Chairman, we do have him online.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, would you state your name for the record and provide testimony for us, please?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Chris Campbell, Deputy Regional Forester for the Intermountain region of the U.S. Forest Service. And thank you, Chairman Kolb and Chairman Heiner, for inviting me here today to discuss our Forest Service special use permitting process and the importance of right-of-way access for power line maintenance. So I'd like to begin this morning by providing a quick overview of how the Forest Service prepares, reviews, and issues special use permits. The process for submitting a request for a right-of-way across National Forest System lands is governed by Forest Service regulations and is the same across the whole agency. Let me share my screen to give you a quick overview of our permitting process and then to go through the process just as an example of what it would look like to build a power line and operate it across NFS land. So just give me a second here to share my screen. All right, so the process is initiated by an individual or an entity by contacting their local Forest Service office where the proposed use is being requested. So most likely that would take place at a district office or the forest supervisor's office. The applicant then fills out a standard form 299, also called the SF 299, and would schedule a meeting with that local forest to discuss the proposal, identify any potential conflicts with the forest plan, discuss and review timelines, any associated fees for going through the environmental compliance requirements for the project, and all that would be done up front. In the SF 299, the proponent should also provide evidence of good standing with Wyoming laws, technical and financial capability to perform the project, and identify benefits to the public from the proposed project. There should also be a detailed project description with locations, maps, GIS shapefiles, land right-of-way requirements such as width and length, specifications on the actual power line as far as voltage and structure type, how construction would take place, and how environmental protections would be ensured. Next, I'm sorry, started on the wrong page here on my document. So as you can see here, step one, engagements at that local level. You go through submitting the 299, and then we get into developing the preliminary plan of development and the construction. So next, that preliminary plan of development, the PPOD, is developed early in the process to aid the proponent in providing information in all phases of the project, including the construction, the operation and maintenance, and then eventually the decommissioning of the project. This can be updated though as the project goes through the environmental process. This initial application is then screened against Forest Service regulations. There are two different levels of screening. And if the application is accepted, it passes that screening, then it moves on in the process. Cost recovery is then estimated to account for the processing of the application based on the level of environmental analysis required under the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and in compliance with other laws such as the National Historic Preservation Act and the Endangered Species Act. An interdisciplinary team of Forest Service resource specialists will then work with the assistance of a third-party environmental coordinator to complete the resource surveys needed to support the environmental analysis. The NEPA process is followed, including public involvement, coordination with any other agencies having jurisdiction or special expertise, and the final document is published for public review. Following a NEPA decision, a special use authorization, permit, or easement may be issued for a power line right-of-way for up to 30 years under the authority of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. Additionally, a power line authorization is required to have an operating plan consistent with Section 512 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. Once the power line is constructed, the Forest Service and permit holder monitor the construction to ensure compliance with the terms and conditions of the authorization and the decision document. This includes the implementation of any biological and cultural resource protection measures, vegetation, areas of disturbance, treating noxious and invasive weeds, implementing fire precaution measures, etc. Monitoring may continue for multiple years after construction if needed to ensure the success of revegetation efforts, road reclamation, and the treating of those noxious invasive plants. Once construction is complete, the permit is then administered by the Forest Service Land Special Uses staff for compliance with the terms and conditions of the authorization. At the end of the term of authorization, the permit holder may request that the permit be reissued by submitting SF 299 or determine that the power line is if the power line is no longer needed, would submit a plan to decommission the line. So that is the permitting process in a nutshell. Just one additional thing that I'd like to say, and I think the committee may be getting into this today, but that our power lines, once they're permitted construction and constructed, they often serve as important fuel breaks across the landscape, which could be critical in protecting against the spread of unwanted wildfire. We view our partnership with the energy industry in Wyoming as a successful one, partnering to ensure that the citizens of Wyoming have access to the critical infrastructure services they need for their livelihood while also protecting forest health and reducing wildfire risk. Thank you again for inviting me to speak with you this morning, and this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Mr. Campbell from the committee? Any questions? Mr. Campbell, on the permit process, the information you shared with us, it says that you have annual meetings with the owner. In those meetings that you have with the owner, the ones that have built the power lines and maintaining those, do you talk specifics about the rights of way? If there's a tree that looks like it may cause problems in the future that's outside of the right of way, that's leaning or may fall down and it's tall enough it may get into the power line, are those some of the specific things that you talk about, or is it more at a higher level discussion?
Thank you, Chairman Heiner, for the question. It's my understanding that those annual meetings that they would be discussing the operational plan and maintenance plans for those infrastructure corridors. And if there was a tree or a series of hazards that might jeopardize the safety of the infrastructure, I would hope that they would be discussing that.
Okay. So without permission from this Forest Service, the power line owners could not go outside of their established right of way to trim a tree that's not within that right of way. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that it would need to be part of the plan and the permitted activities. If an instance like that did arise, I would think that the forest would work with the operator to remedy the situation. Whether that's giving the operator permission to perform the needed activities, or that we would find a way to get that work done.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And so if your intention is to make these rights of way more of a fire break in the future, wouldn't there have to be some thinning around this right of way to be able to make it a adequate fire break?
So it's my understanding that there are standard specifications for the width of a fire break and the width of vegetation management that would go along these corridors. So I would look to those standards first, and typically those would be included in the plan of operations and in what is permitted. If there's anything above and beyond that an operator would like to do to safeguard the infrastructure, I think that's something that the Forest Service that we'd be very interested in looking at. And it's my understanding that in other regions, like in California, that's something that we often do.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for helping us out with understanding the situations.
Thank you.
And now, BLM again. This is all about you guys today, isn't it?
Really appreciate the designation of BLM Day. Chairman Heiner, just want to talk a little bit about rights of way. I'm not going to go through the right of way process the way the Forest Service did. Ours is very similar to that. Going to just focus here on wildfire mitigation associated with right of ways. So under BLM regulations, right of way holders must do everything reasonable to prevent and suppress wildfires on or adjacent to the right of way area while complying with project specific terms, conditions, and stipulations, including any requirements to control or prevent damage to property, public health, and safety. We issued an IM back in 2022 because there was so much concern about power line potential for wildland fires emanated from power lines or within rights of ways. I believe in that IM expired. It was replaced in 2023 with IM 034, routine operations and maintenance to reduce fire risk on utility rights of ways. So this has been a big deal nationally across BLM. We've met with a number of power companies, both here in Wyoming and across the country, trying to develop a policy that works for them to do routine maintenance and wildfire mitigation. And then the last thing I'll touch on, and the Forest Service touched on, Section 512 of FLPMA. We promulgated regulations last April to implement that part of FLPMA for BLM. The new regulations set forth our process governing operations, maintenance, and fire prevention plans, and agreements for vegetation and facility management on public lands within power line right-of-ways. We adopted the Forest Service's definition of hazard tree so that we could be consistent across boundaries there. And as part of the new regulations implementation plan, we're updating our instruction memorandums so that they now match, and just continuing to refine and work with the power companies on wildland fire mitigation. So that's kind of where we're at here in Wyoming and across the country. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Director Archuleta. Any questions for the director? Any questions? So, Director Archuleta, you've updated your mitigation plan based on wildfires, and recent couple of years it's been quite rampant, some of the impacts that's had. So Could you give us a little bit of a feel for what changes you've made to mitigate potential fire along these rights of way?
Good question, Chairman. And really the biggest issue is the ability to do routine maintenance without coming back to BLM. That was not previously clear. And we went through a couple of iterations of how do we get there to meet what the power line companies need to be doing routinely without having to always come back to the agency. So that's the most significant change. You know, that we're still working and smoothing some things out in terms of what else is required when you run into cultural resources and things like that. But that alone is the biggest change.
Good. Thank you, Director. Appreciate your comments. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving along, Mr. McNiven. Welcome. I like your tie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis McNiven here on behalf of Basin Electric and to a certain extent, just kind of the cooperative family in general. I'm going to touch base just on a couple of things that and highlight before Mr. Taylor comes up with the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. That'll be part of the items that I discuss here today. But Mr. Chairman, as you know, the topic of wildfire insurance and stuff came up at Minerals Committee, of which you and Senator Ellis are a representative or members of, and this issue of how it overlaps with the federal land agencies and you know, the easements and such across and those maintenance plans that Director Archuleta was just speaking about was addressed. And I brought up the idea of, you know, just outreach to either the delegation or the agencies, et cetera, some type of letter from this committee. And as in working with your staff, Mr. Chairman, been super helpful. I also reached out to Senator Brasso's staff, as he is, of course, the ranking member with the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which of course has jurisdiction over our public lands. His staff was really helpful. I appreciate their responsiveness to me and to my inquiries, that I could then bring some additional information to this committee today. So certainly appreciate both your staff and Senator Brasso's office and his staff for some of the items that I'll share today. The question that I posed to them is, at the federal level, what language and what bills were being addressed that may implement or tackle this issue. And so I will share some of that today, and then leave it to your committee, Mr. Chairman, as to what you know, be it letter or otherwise, you choose to do with that. And so there's a couple of things that kind of break my comments here today into two buckets. One are some of the things that the Wyoming Rural Electric Association has suggested or has documented that Mr. Taylor will touch on more fully. I will just highlight them in this, of course, one of the documents that you all have before you. In that, there are 5 points that the Rural Electric Association makes that the agencies, BLM and Forest Service, could do that may be considered as part of a letter from this committee. And I will certainly let Mr. Taylor touch to those 5 points in more detail into how they would help on this topic. Now, turning to statute and what's going on in Congress, there's a number of things happening, be it bills, farm bill, permitting bills, all sorts of things that have been going on. And there is language that would seek to address what we're looking at. The first one of and I'll be very brief with this S-2867 document. That is a bill that Senator Brasso's office shared with me that addresses just more or less forest health in general. And so that bill could be a home for some of this language in which I'll speak about next. The three documents that I'd like to, short documents, one pagers, I believe you each have them from staff, that is looking to address some of the things that we're talking about here to just make it easier for the utilities or for the co-ops to get out and work on the landscape and work with the federal partners, the federal land management agencies. The first one that I'd call your attention to, at the top of the page, it says Title II, Forest Management. At the top, this one deals with hazard trees within so many feet of a power line. The current law is 10 feet, and this one pager, if you will, this language seeks to move that to 50 feet, and then down at the bottom half of the page, where it says it creates a new subsection J. And this is again within section 512 of FLIPMA that the director previously spoke about. This would be new language where the secretary concerned may provide permission to cut and remove trees or other vegetation from within the vicinity of electrical transmission or distribution facility without requiring a separate timber cell, and then if certain conditions are met. And so this is something that could help, of course, at the statute that could help nationally address this issue. The second page that you have, again, in your staff, up at the top, it says vegetation management. It says section 203. This is, again, addressing that same hazard trees. This one, instead of 10, goes to 150. And in speaking with staff and their feelings, and as they've met with industry, they're hoping that they get to maybe about 100. They feel like 100 feet instead of the 10 feet would be the better target. So 100, 150, somewhere in that range is their hope. And again, then the rest of this page talks about vegetation management plans, requirement processes. This is a little bit more process oriented and gives more specific detail of timelines with respect to the plans that are submitted to the secretary for management out on the landscape. And finally, Mr. Chairman, the third page the third one pager deals with categorical exclusions, and the idea here is to add the sections of these management plans under the list of categorical exclusions that are addressed under NEPA. And of course, the development and approval of these management plans that the utilities have. Of course, this would add greater flexibility and streamline the process, the paperwork, and the timeline for utilities. This pager, of course, would not apply to this language as you have before. You would not apply that categorical exclusion to things like the National Wilderness Preservation System or lands where the removal of vegetation is restricted or prohibited by an act of Congress, et cetera. It has the language for the prohibition of establishment of new roads and so forth. But a categorical exclusion would certainly add greater flexibility for all the parties involved out on the landscape. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think any of those three, one pagers that the committee would support, along with the items that Sean and the Rural Electric Association will touch up on a little later, could be included in a letter of support from this committee to address this challenge of timely management of hazard trees and so forth out on the landscape. And with that, I'd certainly take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McNiven. Any questions? Any questions? So, Mr. McNiven, I have a question. The Senate file 2867, it's called the short title is Promoting Effective Forest Management Act of 2023. Can you tell me again what the status is of this? Has it been passed, or is it still pending? Are they working actively on it?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a Senator Brasso bill. It has been introduced in the Senate. It is not passed the Senate, and I believe there is a upcoming markup with that Senator Manchin will be holding later this month, hopefully. As you will see, this bill, the two sponsors are Senator Brasso and Senator Manchin, and those are the two senators that are the ranking and chair of the Energy and Natural Resource Committee.
Okay.
But at this point, it is at the introduction
So,
stage.
so it still is active then?
It is active currently.
Okay. And in your discussion, you proposed 3 different distances. It's existing right now at 10 feet. And one of the proposals is to increase that to 50 feet, and then the next one is to 150 feet, and you said you'd settle for 100 feet. What is your preference?
Mr. Chairman, I personally don't have a preference. I don't feel that, Basin doesn't have a preference. I think the general sentiment is that 10 is too small, and that something around 100 to 150 would be more appropriate. 50 is also kind of on the smaller side of what kind of distance we're talking about as we relate to the definition of what is a hazard tree.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
McMillan.
Mr. Chairman.
And now we have the chairman, Ms. Throne. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll go on to the Office of Consumer Advocate.
Thank you, Chair.
Second that, okay. We're moving right along here. Mr. Kaysen. And we'll circle back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Rick Kaysen with Rocky Mountain Power. First of all, thank you to this committee for continuing the discussion on this very important topic about wildfires, mitigation plans. It is a collective effort when we think about trying to protect our lands, protect the citizens of this state, protect the infrastructure of utilities and other infrastructure of folks in Wyoming. To be brief, Mr. Chairman, we stand behind and agree with what has been presented thus far, working cooperatively. It's pretty doggone sad where we've had to have the type of fires we've had, not only in Wyoming, but across this country, to bring folks to the table. And so maybe that's the silver lining in these fire clouds, if I may. I think it's very, very important that the communications continue on this thing. We've heard some positive notes thus far this morning of proactive efforts to have those communications between the federal government. We've had good communications within the state of Wyoming with our utility, and we hopefully those will continue to even grow. The one thing that I would also like to emphasize that for all the parties is that communications need to be expeditious, if I may. It's great to have plans, it's great to have processes and everything else, but if we delay on some of the actions to get these things in place, we could just be in another fire season in battling the same thing. So I think it's very, very important to expedite these discussions and get decisions made as rapidly as possible. And if it possible, also, I don't want to characterize this, but at the best levels that we can, and not wait for decisions to be made in ensuing months. So once again, I think that this effort is very warranted. I think the efforts by the parties should continue. Would be very helpful. And I think, again, from a timing standpoint, is that any federal plans, state plans, if, as well as utility plans, if they can mirror or complement one another, that's going to be very helpful as well. And so we're not making second guesses once a fire might be in progress, that we can act rapidly. And let's take the time now for the vegetation management, the mitigation plans, get those in place, get the rights of way extended. I'd love to see that fire break that was identified widen and everything else, because again, that's going to protect, I think, the public from fires advancing, as well as the infrastructure that is in existence and in additional infrastructure will come down the line. So again, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and try to answer questions that the committee members may have.
Committee, any questions for Mr. Kaysen? Mr. Kaysen, could you explain a little bit of the reasoning behind this discussion, how your insurance rates have increased because of wildfires and how that affects your rates for the citizens?
Yes, sir. Going back in history a little bit, and again, thanks, Mr. Chairman. You have heard this, Senator Ellis has heard this, but I think it's very valuable information. The company, the corporation PacifiCorp, has been impacted by court decisions with regards to wildfires that took place in Oregon a few years back. Directly to your question, those judgments are significant from a dollar amount. The amounts of money that insurance carriers will provide, insurance carriers are being hit hard. Not only, with PacifiCorp activities, but other utilities. There's been fires in Colorado. There's been fires in Texas. There's been fires in California and other states where this has been impacted. And so the financial implications are tremendous on that. The ratings that a utility receives also is impacted when they have judgments like this. What does that mean? When a utility goes out to borrow money for projects, improvements, their bond rating may go down, which means the rate goes up, which has an impact there. The trickle-down effect, that is what effect or impact does this have on the consumer? Because if these are reasonable and prudent costs that the utility has had to experience and absorb, there is the opportunity to go in front of the Public Service Commission for recovery. So it's not only the impact on the utility, but the potential impact on the ratepayer as well. And I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Yes. And that's why we're hearing this, having this conversation, because it does affect every consumer here in the state of Wyoming. It is important.
Yes, sir. Regardless of electricity provider.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. Seeing no other questions, we'll appreciate you for attending.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And ask now for Mr. Bush. Welcome, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bush with Black Hills Energy. Not to belabor it, I'll echo what Mr. McNiven testified to and what Mr. Kaysen said as well. We see this as a benefit. The mitigation planning is as a benefit to all customers, and certainly all companies are doing it at this time. Our wildfire mitigation plan is on our website. We posted that for the public to see, to communicate that plan to them so they understand what steps we are taking to prevent as best as we can any of these tragic wildfires. So a lot of it is in there. I did reach out to our folks that are on the ground implementing the program about the federal nexus that we have. Everything seems to be going fairly well when it comes to the rights of way access and being able to get in and do what we need to do to trim back the vegetation. There were, for at some point in time, there was a little bit of delay in getting permits for replacing infrastructure that may need to be replaced or improved, things like that. But that seems to have improved. But we would definitely support any efforts that this committee wants to make in communicating to the delegation or the federal government that those rights of way through federal lands are critical for us to continue our pole inspections, line inspections, all that stuff that when it comes to the mitigation plan and ensuring that we're doing everything we can to continue to deliver safe and reliable electricity service to our customers.
Mr. Bush, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Mr. McNiven, the 10 feet to 50 feet to 100 feet to 150 feet. Bigger is always better, but what is reasonable?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. I think, you know, a lot of it comes down to, well, for me, I would have to go back and talk to the engineers and the people that are actually dealing with this on the ground. But I think generally the bigger is better. You do have to look at cost. I mean, the further out you go, the more work you're doing. That's got to, I'm sure, factor into it as well. You don't want to get to a point where you're just clearing more than needs to be and that kind of thing. But yeah, that's a question I'm actually happy to ask my folks to see if they have an opinion on that and what they would like to see.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Any questions for Mr. Bush? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor?
Hello again, committee. Sean Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. I'm going to offer a few, maybe go into a little bit more detail on what's already been touched on. I would say 100 feet. But really the problem is if it's smaller than that, let us get to the hazard trees outside of the right of way and not make such a big bureaucratic mess of it. So I'm going to preempt your question there. But on a couple of things, I'm going to talk about what the utility folks have already talked about here today, a little bit more in detail. And I also wanted to bring the committee up to speed on where we are with some wildfire liability legislation that for you all to consider next year in the session. So again, agree with what everybody has said in terms of what needs to happen. And I appreciate, Clarissa, I got this memo. I don't know if you all have had a chance to look at it yet, but this is what I'm going to talk about because these are things that can be done right away. The land management agencies have it in their ability to do these things right now. The first one is expedite vegetation management, grid hardening, and right-of-way access, road approvals. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. You guys have it, but that's something that could be done right now. The next one is expanded use of Forest Service master special use permits and the BLM's master operations and maintenance consolidation. It's that mouthful, I know, but that gives some consistency. Folks have talked about some of the inconsistencies that we run up against. And the question was asked about to the Forest Service gentleman about being able to just go take out these hazard trees. We're supposed to be able to do that and all we have to do is notify the land management agency within, I think, 10 days. But we're getting pushback, and it changes from region to region or BLM field office to BLM field office. BLM's getting a little better about it, but the Forest Service, you can have one person say, go cut down what you need to cut down and just let us know, you know, what you cut down and where. And others that say, well, you got to do a EIS and a full-blown NEPA. That's sometimes even for one tree. It really kind of blows your mind. And this was an example up in the Bighorns a few years ago. One tree, and we took the gentleman from the Forest Service up there and showed him exactly where it was. And they're like, well, we got to do the full study on this thing. And that's just, I think, should not be permitted. Next is reasonably limit strict liability. The BLM has capped their strict liability. They recently raised it at 2.8 million per incident, and the Forest Service wants to move theirs up from 1 million to the 2.8. I guess for consistency purposes, that's when it's good to be consistent, is raising your liability caps. And we opposed that increase when the BLM did it, and we're fighting with the Forest Service on increasing their caps. I don't know that I've used this in front of this committee, but Some of you have heard me use it in other committees, and I think this is kind of a general statement for all utilities. We're just one wildfire away from going bankrupt, and that doesn't help anybody. If a co-op goes bankrupt, who's going to get that power out to rural Wyoming? Investor owned goes bankrupt, who's going to get the power to Douglas or Casper or Cheyenne? And so these are, it's a big deal, and I'm glad you guys have had this on your agenda. So the strict liability and that kind of dovetails into the state legislation that I'll come back to in a second. Allow for removal of felled timber, kind of already talked about that, without a timber sales agreement or disposal restrictions. Again, that's just saying, go cut it down. Don't worry about getting a buyer for the timber, or just get it up and get it down and get it out of there. And then support increased staffing at the land management agencies, which is always a double-edged sword, right? The more you get bureaucrats involved, the more messy it can get. But that is one thing that we consistently hear, not just in Wyoming, but across the West, is these land management agencies are woefully understaffed, and the turnover is, kind of through the roof. They're getting new people there all the time. And so if we had a good understanding with this field office or this region, the next year it could be a whole new person or new people, and there's no consistency from, there doesn't seem to be any kind of workflow that if you're new, this is how you operate. Instead, they go back to the maybe old regulations or the regulations that they worked under in another office or another field office. So I do understand the understaffing, but like I said, it's kind of a double-edged sword too as well. But that could help in terms of getting, right-of-way permits out. And to Mr. Kaysen's point, this isn't just about, this is about the fires, but it's what's entailed if we don't do anything. And that's the high cost of capital to do anything if we need to expand or even go in and maintain our rights of ways. And also the issue with insurance. The co-ops, we have our own insurance company called Federated, and it's getting hard, and we own that, the co-ops own that insurance company, but it's getting harder and harder for them to get reinsurers to come in and back some of the policies that they have. So far in Wyoming, we've experienced pretty significant increases, but we haven't had one co-op that has been denied insurance, but that has happened in other states in the West. You asked about the Barrasso bill earlier, Mr. Chairman, and like Mr. McNiven, I've been working with his Energy and Natural Resource Committee staff. They did say that there's going to be a markup at the end of September on that bill. I've also been working with my counterpart from Montana and Senator Daines. They have an amendment that deals with categorical exclusions and removing the sunset date on liability caps and making those caps in perpetuity. So we're hoping that will move forward, because two efforts that we're doing, and particularly in the West, and I have meetings and Zoom calls with all of my counterparts in the West. We're all doing similar things at the state level in order to try and force the hand of the folks at the federal level to get off their butts and do something, because this is dire circumstances. And so in the state of Wyoming, we've been working with stakeholders. Many of them are here in the room, including all the other utilities, the PSC, the OCA, industrial customers, Farm Bureau, stock growers, insurance companies, to try and come up with an agreement or common language that we can all agree to and take to the Minerals Committee in October. We had a phone call with all the stakeholders on Friday, and we have draft language, and that was the opportunity for folks to kind of start picking it apart or making suggestions. And so we're in the process of taking all those suggestions, putting them into a new bill, and we'll have another follow-up call and hopefully have a draft bill ready for the Minerals Committee in a couple of weeks. And to put it in its easiest form, the legislation would require utilities to have a wildfire mitigation plan that's approved by the Public Service Commission. And if it is approved, and then there's reporting, I believe right now we're at annual reporting, and then possibly a new plan every 5 years, or an updated plan every 5 years. And as long as those utilities that file a plan are follow it and document it, then they will receive some liability protection if there's a fire on their, in their service territory. That's the nuts and bolts of the legislation that we're hoping to get to. The Minerals Committee, and I'm happy to share it with you all too, and once we get to that point. But I will say on this, again, seriously consider turning this into a letter to either our delegation or everybody back there in DC, because it's from our organization that I talked about earlier, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, the American Public Power Association, which is all municipal and public power entities across the country, and the Edison Electric Institute, which is all the investor-owned utilities. So with those three organizations saying the same thing, this is what can be done and what needs to be done and needs to happen right away. You have pretty much every utility covered in the country except independent power producers, but I don't know why they would object to that either. So that would be my suggestion and my hope that, and I'm happy to work with you if we need to massage that a little bit. And but I would hope that would be one thing that could come out of today's meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Questions, Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One bullet point on your in your document, support increased staffing at land management agencies. At Tribal Relations, we've looked at this a lot because a lot of the people that work on BIA administered lands, they get taken away by BLM and Forest Service. And so we're always talking about shortages, and you want to talk about disparities in federal job classifications. I mean, those people get paid less just because they work for the BIA instead of for BLM. But it raises a bigger question of just, we could always authorize more positions, not we, but the federal government. But I'm wondering if there is a pipeline of people that study and can fill those vacancies. So I guess my question is, like, at the University of Wyoming and our community colleges, I think that might be an area where more partnerships could be made of getting people in those fields that do that kind of range management work. So I'm just wondering what kind of research you've done in that regard. And then if you have a sense of, how many of these positions are left unfilled that, if they were fully staffed to really get after some of the problems in managing these areas, I'm wondering how great the disparity is. So if you have any information along those lines. But, I think a letter might be appropriate, but I'm just thinking of other things we can do as a state to encourage more people to kind of enter this field of range management, fuel reduction management, that kind of stuff.
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Ellis. I haven't done any real research on that, but we have had conversations with School of Energy Resources, Ag Land Management, because there's some crossover there. But you're right, it would be nice to get some of these folks coming through any of these type of land management programs at the university or community colleges, and there's a pipeline right there. To your second point, I don't know what the disparity is. If there's, six positions, vacant at the Rocky Mountain Forest Regional Forestry Office, or 2 that are vacant at the Moreland Field Office for BLM, and if those were fully staffed, would it really make a difference? I don't know. One thing we could stop doing, and that's we collectively as a country, is stop passing so many rules and regulations, because the more you pass, the more staff you need. But that's kind of neither here nor there. But I don't think I really answered your question, but I do like the idea of maybe having a deeper conversation with the secondary or the community colleges and the university about how we might help these agencies funnel students into those job positions.
Follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, I think we have one more meeting. Maybe that's a follow-up question for our federal friends.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, as a follow-up to that, is there anything that our Good Neighbor Authority could do to expedite some of this maintenance that you do on the rights of way? The U.S. Forest Service has testified that through the Good Neighbor Authority, they can cut their time frame in half to respond to some of these situations of trail maintenance, of fence building, timber sales. So if you have to do a full-blown timber sale to be able to cut down some of these trees, maybe our Good Neighbor Authority is something we need to look into. And just what's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's a great point. And from the cooperatives, we've never tested it. How could we use the Good Neighbor Authority and work with the State Forestry Division to expedite this? It's something we've talked about, but we've never really put it to the test. But I imagine we probably will, and we need to have maybe a deeper conversation with the state forester about that.
We're trying to get more resources for her and the state forestry, so let's keep that in
Good,
mind
yeah.
as it might be an option.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tarver, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Taylor, do you know how many fires have been started from the right-of-way problem, trees, et cetera, in just 2024 from power lines?
Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Tarver, I don't. I know that we haven't had, from the co-op's perspective, we haven't had any that have been caused by, we have had one, I will say, and that was over in the Teton area. But I haven't heard any reportings from the multiple fires that we've had that if they've been started by right-of-way issues or utility fault. But I don't want to speak for the investor owns, but I haven't heard any from the co-op's perspective.
Follow up? All right. Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
And we will circle back to Chairman Throne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mary Throne, Chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission, and Mr. Ornelas, the Administrator of the Office of Consumer Advocate, and I decided it would just be easier if we came up together. I hope that's okay.
Yes, please proceed.
Wildfire has recently become a very personal issue to me, so if I get emotional, I apologize. I'm going to do my best. But obviously, putting my chairman hat on, we certainly are aware of the risks to utilities at all the risks that Mr. Kaysen outlined. We're actively involved in the work group to come up with legislation that we think will work to put our utilities in a better position with regard to wildfire. We do have existing authority over vegetation management. That is nothing new. That's part of our inspectors' routine task on their regular inspections of every utility facility in Wyoming to determine whether vegetation management practices are being followed. And under our rules, we follow the National Electric Safety Code. And I'm not an electrical engineer, so please do not ask me specific questions, but I'm happy to take specific questions back to our engineers. In addition to our regulations, NERC also has regulations, the National Electricity Regulatory Council. The North American Reliability, I hate all the acronyms, but NERC is essentially the national enforcement arm for reliability for the bulk power system. And obviously vegetation management is has always been a key component of maintaining reliability on the bulk power system. And so there's a thick NERC regulation on that, which FERC then adopts, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the sort of federal public service commission. But safe, adequate, and reliable service is just foundational to what we do. So anything we can do collectively or working with federal agencies and federal partners is all to the good. There is heightened wildfire risk, and we've seen it in Wyoming this summer, not necessarily utility related, but it is a collective risk that we face collectively as Westerners in particular, although it's certainly not an issue limited to the West. So to the extent we can get Congress doing anything to help and not hurt the situation, I think is a benefit to all of us. I don't have specific stories to tell you. I can't say that a case has come in front of us since I've been a commissioner, where this has been a specific issue. We do hear anecdotal stories about some of the issues that the REA in particular has brought up. For example, the issue of the trees, where the utility has to pay for trees it cuts to maintain the right of way, or maybe not being able to get permission to cut a tree. Different episodes like that are not uncommon. We also hear concerns, again, just anecdotally, they don't rise to the level of being in front of us as a case where there's inconsistency in requirements between offices and between agencies. Perhaps the BLM regulations that just passed will somewhat alleviate that. I don't know. Again, the information I have on the role of the federal government in this process is a little bit more anecdotal than concrete. But I would also add something that I think Mr. Ornelas and I have talked about, and he can jump in if he'd like to. The idea that the right-of-way is only issued for 30 years. Our utility assets are 50 to 60-year assets. So it seems a little absurd that the right-of-way, even if it's on somewhat of an easy renewal process, is not sort of coextensive with the life of the asset. That, just as a practical matter, does not make sense to me, and is, dissimilar from a private easement. A little risky if I go back into my ancient experience with property law, but the other, so I think that is something worth mentioning, that the right-of-way should recognize the life of the utility asset. I think I'm intrigued by this notion of a categorical exclusion. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, who can argue with right-of-way maintenance for public safety? Really? I mean, that should not, in my opinion, require a full-blown environmental analysis or even much of one at all, if we're talking about protecting public safety. And then finally, to bring up a point that has not been mentioned here, which is a pet peeve of all of us who are involved in government. It's even a little bit of a problem at a state level, but at a state level, if I have a DEQ question, I call the DEQ. I haven't had the pleasure of working with state forestry, but if I had a forestry question, I'd call state forestry. But at the federal level, NERC has standards on vegetation management. They are the experts on what is required on a case-by-case basis to maintain the reliability of the bulk power system. So rather than BLM or the Forest Service or anybody reinventing the wheel, perhaps some interagency coordination might be a point that you could bring up should you choose to write a letter. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ornelas?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be part of this conversation. I will be brief. My support from the Office of Consumer Advocate standpoint, everything that we've heard today from Mr. Taylor, Mr. McVinnis, and the other representatives, the IOU, and the Chairman Throne as well. Coordination is really essential to ensuring the access and provision of safe and affordable utility service across Wyoming. Some areas where we're starting to see this, you've heard already, is the insurance rates for excess liability insurance are becoming exceedingly unaffordable. We have utilities that are starting to pay somewhere in the 80 to 90 cents on the dollar for every dollar of insurable coverage that they can get. We have some that are not able or soon not to be able to find insurance. We also have questions of legal liability damages that are imposed, and those are not necessarily always the direct actions of Wyoming utilities or the prescriptive actions of these utilities that cause the fires. Just when fires are moving through their service territory to the extent they run up against some of these transmission lines. The utilities are being kind of forced into a tough position of taking preemptive actions of public power shutoffs, which themselves have, some certain public safety ramifications. You know, these are essential utility services. And so shutting them off just on a windy day to be extra careful or preemptively, just careful about not wanting to even be held liable, even if your utility is not shown to have a direct cause of a wildfire. These are the type of challenges, you know, we're really being faced with. So to the extent that, you know, this committee is able to, you know, help coordinate the federal policies with the state policies, with the individual needs of our utilities, you know, we would certainly support that and be happy to help engage in those discussions going forward in any way we can. And I'll leave it there for questions if I can answer any for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for Mr. Ornelas or Chairman Throne?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've had a lot of conversation this morning about concerns Wyoming has in general about who's going to take office at the federal level after the presidential election in November. But the comment was made just now of, you know, for rights of way, maintenance, a categorical exclusion seems like a no-brainer. I'm just wondering, I mean, concerned about this, how we get some traction maybe from, you know, those of us on the political divide that don't quite see the common sense of that at the national level, like how we maybe get some traction on that. And so, you know, I don't know if either of our presenters, you know, maybe Commissioner Throne in particular, if you have any insight of how we get there and just having some common sense, can we please get this done for public safety? I don't know how we move forward with asking for some of these things in Washington.
Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis. Those are good points. I have found that the federal agencies involved, particularly NERC, is very proactive in speaking out about reliability risk. They don't take policy positions, but I can honestly say, and maybe Mr. Ornelas can correct me if I'm wrong, we, of all the meetings and panels, and even the panels I've moderated, we have not talked about this specific NEPA issue in our panel discussions. So it might be worth us mentioning that to some of the groups that we participate in to see, because the agencies that we deal with on reliability, or they're actually nonprofits, statutorily created under the Federal Power Act, they're pretty politically neutral. And I think if it's about reliability, there might be some traction there. If it's just a simple pragmatic solution. I'll just be honest, most of the discussions that I've been involved in on the reliability side have been about the effects of the recently proposed or now final regulations under Section 111D of the Clean Air Act and their risk to reliability. But I can tell you that in those conversations, there's been pretty honest discussion about, you know, that we all have to remember that we need to focus on reliability. And that's kind of a nonpartisan, non-political issue.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator? Any other questions for Chairman Throne or Mr. Ornelas? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now open it up for public comment. Are there any citizens in the room that would like to testify? Any private citizens? Okay, any organizations that would like to come forward in the room? Seeing none, we have someone on Zoom? No one on Zoom, okay. Committee, what's your pleasure? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there was a request that we draft a letter to maybe our congressional delegation incorporating some of these suggestions that the Rural Electric Association put forth. I think it'd be appropriate to have a letter drafted.
Motion has been made. Is it seconded?
So moved.
And seconded. Any discussion about drafting a letter to our congressional delegation? Question being called. All those in favor? Aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, we are 30 minutes late for lunch. And we have a follow-up, short topic in the afternoon before we have the committee has a tour. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, should we power on or should we go break for lunch?
Say, continue on. If it's feasible.
I see a grimace on the end.
Well, then we can take a lunch.
Do we want to just, I think we can finish this up in 30 minutes.
15, I think.
Okay, we have a goal. All right, we're going to move on to the National Old Growth Amendment update. So, do we have someone online for that, Clarissa? Mr. Campbell, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're keeping me on my toes here. We're starting 30 minutes early. I'm glad I didn't step out to grab lunch.
But remember, you're between us and lunch right now.
I know. I'll try and be quick. And I think my colleague Phil is in the room there. We're going to have Andrew Johnson, the forest supervisor on the Bighorn, join me just to help really more answer questions. So maybe if Phil could message Andrew to let him know that we're starting a little early. I'll start here and I'll do the best that I can. But Andrew is on the front lines there, doing a lot of the coordination with the state level folks and county folks, and can hopefully answer some of the questions or any concerns that you might have. But good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back with you again today. As I think you all know, my name is Chris Campbell, Deputy Regional Forester for the Intermountain region of the U.S. Forest Service. And just thank you both for inviting us here today to provide an update on our forest plan revisions currently underway across the state of Wyoming, and also the implementation of the National Old Growth Amendment, which I know is of concern to many folks there in the state. So if I could start first with just a quick update on our forest plan revision efforts taking place across the state. So as I believe many of you know, the Forest Service manages more than 9 million acres of National Forest System land across the state of Wyoming, including 1 national grassland and 8 national forests. I'm proud to report that earlier this year, I think I've shared this at an earlier testimony, but we saw the successful completion of the Ashley National Forest Plan revision, the first forest plan revision to be completed in the state of Wyoming in decades. It's a huge deal. The effort took many years to complete and saw great interest and participation from our Wyoming state, county, and local cooperators and stakeholders. And I just want to start here by saying thank you to everyone who engaged with that process. We have a better forest plan because of your efforts. Currently, the Forest Service is working on 2 active forest plan revisions in the state of Wyoming, one on the Black Hills National Forest and the other on the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Both are currently in the assessment phase of the process, which should be wrapped up within the year. Once the assessment phase is completed, the forests will need to make the decision to proceed with the main plan revision phase of the forest planning process. Once these decisions are made to proceed, a timeline will be set for each of the forests to go through the process and associated NEPA, which should take approximately 3 years to complete. There is a 3rd forest in the queue to initiate its forest plan revision, the Medicine Bow Route National Forest. However, after hearing concerns from our partners here in the state of Wyoming about multiple forest plans going on revision simultaneously, the schedule for the scheduled 2024 start date has been delayed until at least the end of 2025. It looks like it'll likely get pushed out a little bit farther. So now the main event, the main topic here to update you on is the National Old Growth Amendment. And I know many across the state of Wyoming have been engaged with this and been paying attention. So, the Forest Service, I think we've recognized the concerns of our partners there in Wyoming around the National Old Growth Amendment and its perceived impacts on the forests there in the state. The proposed National Old Growth Amendment, I don't know how much into the weeds you'd like to get here. I think most folks are fairly, are fairly familiar with it. But there are 4 proposed actions or alternatives that are in the draft environmental impact statement, which is currently open right now for comment. There's no action, a modified proposed action, a less restrictive and a more restrictive option. Many of the concerns that states and local governments have expressed in scoping have been reflected in the no action, less restrictive, or the modified proposed action alternatives. And just to maybe dive into this a little bit more, the modified proposed action alternative does allow timber harvest and old growth forests for the purposes of proactive stewardship, including commercial timber harvest. Proactive stewardship management actions are those that promote the composition, structure, pattern, or ecological processes necessary for old growth forests to be resilient and adaptable to stressors and likely future environments like insect and disease and catastrophic wildfire. The proposed amendment is intended to provide consistency and flexibility for local decision-making based on local conditions and needs, and to promote proactive stewardship for ecological purposes, using all the tools we have available to us, including timber harvest. There are restrictions for timber harvest, though, for the purpose of timber production. Deputy Chief of the Forest Service National Forest System, Chris French, met with approximately 50 interested stakeholders and partners during the July 10th National Old Growth Amendment Field Meeting on the Medicine Bow Route National Forest there in Wyoming. Attendees at that field visit included the president of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association and several of his fellow commissioners, the Wyoming's governor's office, Wyoming congressional staffers, the state forester of Wyoming and South Dakota, a contingent from the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts, and the Colorado and Wyoming chapters of the Sierra Club. A frequent question of late has been about how many acres of mature and old growth forests exist on National Forest System land in the state. An analysis of mature and old growth acreage in Wyoming is still ongoing. During the July 10th Medicine Bow Route field visit, Deputy Chief French stated that nationwide, there's about 193 million acres of national forest land that the Forest Service manages, and some 28 million acres of old growth and 60 million acres of mature stands are represented across the agency. But again, the state-specific numbers, we're still working through that analysis to come to the final numbers. But as I think State Forester Norris and others in the state, these numbers aren't a secret to us, and you all know your forests. And so we have a general idea of what we're looking at. And one thing that was noted, I believe, by State Forester Norris during the field visit is approximately 2/3 of the Bighorn National Forest old growth stands are either in wilderness or designated roadless areas already. So a lot of these old growth and mature stands are in places that already have some level of protection or special restrictions. Another important characteristic of mature and old growth forests are their historic variation across the landscape, which is something that we're also still working to better understand. And questions about this variation were a key factor in the administration's decision to initiate this National Old Growth Amendment process. Another recent development was a signing of a memorandum of understanding between the state of Wyoming and the Forest Service just a few weeks ago, which I think was a big step forward in clarifying some of the roles and how we'll work together and how we can work together better with many of the counties and other stakeholders in the state that have felt like they've been left out of the process. So as far as what's next, the next steps. So the 90-day comment period is concluding on September 20th, so just a few weeks away. We will then move into review and analyze the comments. There will be ongoing cooperating agency meetings and tribal consultations. And the goal is to release the final environmental impact statement this winter. And so I guess in closing, I just would say that we highly value our partnership with the Wyoming State Forestry Department, the sister state agencies such as Agriculture, Game and Fish, WYDOT, and this committee's keen interest in our public lands here in the Cowboy State. So thank you again for inviting me. That concludes my remarks. And it doesn't look like my partner, the forest supervisor, was able to join, so I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Mr. Campbell from the committee? Mr. Campbell, you mentioned the words local and stakeholders quite a bit in your discussion, and I appreciate that. I appreciate seeing on the ground here what you're doing with the Bridger Teton update, forest update. I see that a lot of the local stakeholders are being involved, so I am grateful that you're doing that, getting some more boots on the ground and input from the local people and the organizations. So that's encouraging for us. Any other questions for Mr. Campbell? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will go to public comments, public testimony. Anyone from any private citizens here in the room that would like to testify? No private citizens. Any other organizations that'd like to comment on this topic? I see a lot of finger pointing going on. Mr. Christensen?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Again, my name is Micah Christensen. I am Natural Resource Counsel for the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, and with me is local Commissioner Jim Willix and also past president of our association. I just want to touch quickly on NOGA. I think you heard a pretty good overview from the Forest Service there with respect to sort of what it's doing in principle. Didn't get a lot into the weeds with respect to how the process has gone and how that process or how the final National Old Growth Amendment will impact our forests in Wyoming. It was mentioned earlier that Wyoming cooperators have a lot of concerns about NOGA, and we do. There are substantial concerns about NOGA, both in terms of process and also in terms of ongoing work on the ground. And impacts to existing plans that are going through revision or about to start revision. So to just give you a 1,000-foot view of the NOGA process, cooperating agencies, although the notice of intent was released in December 20th, 2023, cooperating agencies were asked in that notice of intent to request involvement in NOGA. And unfortunately for local governments, we were erased from that list of those asked to participate. And the Forest Service has, since said that it was an error and has allowed us to participate. But unfortunately, if you look at the timeline, the train had already left the station before we got our tickets to get on the train. So our first cooperating agency meetings happened in May. The draft was released in June. Those cooperating agency meetings had no resemblance of cooperating agency work. We didn't develop a schedule. We didn't look at the purpose and need. We didn't develop alternatives. We didn't provide any analysis. We didn't see any pre-decisional documents. So the entire NOGA process has been a game of complete and utter catch up and catching up to a train that we can't change the route. It's already been set on tracks and set on its way. The thing about Wyoming, and I think Commissioner Willix will maybe follow up and say more compliments to us, is that we care about our forests. We care about our forest soups in this state. We care about the projects ongoing and the health of our wildlife and our water systems and our timber industry. And as a result, we've continued to operate, even though we think that the process is not only top down, one size fits none, and inappropriate and a clear violation of NEPA. We haven't given up. And we're working with our Forest Service partners, the NOGA team, our regional partners in regions 2 and 4, and also our forest soups to try to land NOGA in a place that doesn't negatively impact our forests on day one. And that's going to require a lot of work, because between now and the release or the close of the comment period, where we need to put some of that into ink, and then ultimately from the close of that comment period to the final that gets released by the Forest Service, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. A lot of work that needs to be done in addressing integration with existing plans. A lot of work that needs to be done in identifying whether or not optional content can be required and change management components of existing plans, and a whole host of other issues that we've identified with the Forest Service, and we're very hopeful that identification and our efforts to address that now again, even though the train's been gone for quite some time, hopefully will be meaningful and continue to do the important work we need to do in our forests in Wyoming. Grave concerns about the excitement that we have in Wyoming about Good Neighbor Authority being completely taken off the table, opening up a wave of litigation for any active project that's already completed NEPA, et cetera. So suffice it to say, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The WCCA, with support of our state forester and the governor's office, our conservation districts and state agencies, have created what we call a forest leadership team. And we have been diving into NOGA for the last few months, trying to, one, understand it. It's unprecedented to do a national amendment. Certainly at this scale, never have we seen a 128 plan amendment proposed before. And so we've been working diligently to make sure that this doesn't catch us flat-footed, and again, so that we can support the work of the Forest Service. Unfortunately, we weren't able to hear from a forest supervisor up in the Bighorns. I think that would have been a great perspective for you to hear. He didn't write this plan, and he's not integrating this plan with his plan currently. And it is impossible for the small NOGA team to integrate the NOGA plan components with all of the existing plans that are across the nation. It puts a lot of stress and time on these forest soups that are going to be required to do adaptive strategies. And, we are sensitive to that because we help and assist those projects as well. So that was a lot, but I have been spending so much time on NOGA in the last few months that I could go on for hours. If you want to grab me at lunch, we can talk more NOGA. But we care about our forest. We care about our forest system. We think NOGA is a horrible attempt at controlling the entire system from one place. And it's not from Wyoming. It's not from Wyoming communities. It's from DC. And I think that's unfortunately a recipe for disaster. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jim Willix, Commerce County Commissioner. Here's the fascinating thing is you got to be proud of Wyoming. I've been on several of the national calls because we do it by Zoom all by now, and it works. And this plan affects Washington to Florida and Southern California to Maine. And 20% of the participants are Wyoming people. Sometimes more than that in the meeting. We're active, we're engaged, and this is absolutely 100% driven from DC. When you visit with the people on the ground, they raise concerns about how to implement it, as Micah was talking about it. And how do you write a plan that addresses old redwood forests and pine trees? The scale of this is incredible. We argued a lot about the process. After we got over that, we've been involved in making it better. Not just the process, but the plan, but it's very difficult. But you're going to, again, happy that fully engaged, working on it, not going to get everything we want. And it will continue. I have no doubt it will continue to litigation. But I think what is, again, valuable is you've got a state and all the components within it working together. This forest leadership team has really made good discussion, and points have been raised from one viewpoint to the other that get integrated or taken out as we look at strategy, as we look at plans. Working with Kelly Norris as the state forester, she's actively engaged in that, and it's been a pleasure to work with her and her partners. Oil and Gas Commission's been involved. This is not an island of commissioners that are working on this. We are integrating the statewide on it, and again, we don't win every battle. Know that, but we're in it, and we're going to make a difference. And we'll be in it for a while. The spare hour that Mike has picked up is going to all be NOGA for a while, because it really has, of all the plans we've talked about, it is as severe, as impactful, I believe, as the conservation rule, because it covers such a large landscape. And then the stacking that we've been talking about, where you've got 4 overlapping plans, Wyoming's multiple use approach is under threat. NOGA is a big part of it. The others just stack on top of it. But we continue to battle and be in the fight, and appreciate the opportunity to present to you. And again, thank you for the support we get for NERPA to both work at the WCCA level and at the county level, bringing experts in and writing our comments and getting in the game. We couldn't do it without that support, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Christensen, appreciate your comments. Knowing that the lane that this committee is in, what can we do to help in your cause without getting outside of our lane?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I know that this committee has taken upon itself, or I guess upon its LSO staff to help draft comments. I think this is a great example of a place where a committee can say that locally led planning is important. That's what the 2012 planning rule identifies, and that's what we're used to. That's what allows for Wyoming's voices and communities to be strongest heard, not only in development of that plan, but also addressing in the needs, right? These forest plans are all governed by desired conditions. Well, wouldn't it be great if the communities that lived in and around that forest and utilized the resources in that forest were the ones that helped develop those desired conditions?
Yes.
So I would highly advocate, for that type of locally led, planning.
Thank you. Any comments? Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we were talking about the person grimacing about going to lunch and maybe getting through this fast, I will admit that was me because this isn't, I hear old growth and I just know this is a big, big deal. Thank you for slowing us down. I have a lot of concerns and I want to find a path forward. I don't know what that is for us as a committee other than writing a letter, but just that's why my face was the way it was.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate that, Senator. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if appropriate.
Yes.
Senator, Ellis, that, I guess my point is the FNRPA funding that we have, which is a big part of what this body supports. We've hired at the county, a multi-county level, we've hired people to help us. Other counties have done it, getting Mike on board. And then the cooperative state agent, commenting is valuable. Resources is what we need. And I think we have the resources we need. We're just not getting the answers we want. Somebody described to me, we now understand what the Forest Service doesn't understand. That's the progress we've made. And that's a little flippant, but a little bit obvious too, that's where we've got to the point where we understand what they're not understanding or can't do because of the direction they're getting from the top. This was directed by the Secretary of Agriculture, so it goes to the highest level in the agency. And from that office, the directive has come down that you will do an old growth plan. And it clearly was not a bottom up. It wasn't local saying we need a better plan for old growth because most forests are addressing it either purposely or can do it in a plan amendment that's specific to their forest. I don't even know conceptually how they thought the idea that they could do it four corners of the United States plan amendment. That still blows my mind, and we've talked about that. So I appreciate the question. I feel confident we have the resources we need. We're just not getting, and I think what the next one will be is it will be litigated. I don't see any path that this doesn't get litigated. Legislature's allocated money for others. I think that will be the key. And I think what we've been able to do is because we're working together, you're not going to see splinter groups within Wyoming trying to pull us in different directions. We're parallel and adjacent is how I describe. Our interests as counties are slightly different than the state forest, or slightly different than oil and gas, slightly different than somebody else, but we are parallel and adjacent. So I think that's the big thing, is be ready to put legal resources, either more in the Attorney General's office. We're losing one of our best natural resource advocates shortly. And enough people nodding, I don't think it's a secret, but it's been great to work with. But those are the kind of things that I think this committee can do, is advocate for, to continue to keep those resources available to us, in my opinion, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator, Co-Chairman Cole, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a general question for probably Micah, maybe. The funding for the FNRPA account. What is your thoughts on the funding value, the number, the $2 million? Is that adequate currently, or is it underfunded? What's your opinion?
Mr. Christensen?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Committee. The WCCA has yet to put in a request for FNRPA funds that's been denied by the governor's office. So I can't speak to whether that money is insufficient, but I can say that the needs for our membership, for our association, have continued to be met time and time again. I think you heard from Commissioner Willix that I have a coworker that is going to be able to provide some technical expertise to not only the comments that the counties are going to be providing on these plans and rules, but also continuing that work with our partners, the state agencies and conservation districts as well. So maybe better asked to the governor's staff, but that funding is important. I think also Commissioner Willicks mentioned in our first round of testimony on the Rock Springs RMP that this is the sort of the envy. I think you should know, and you can pat yourselves in the back, the FNRPA account is the envy of every single county association in the Western United States. Any county that has natural resource issues, when they hear about, oh, you have an attorney that is put inside your association that's main job is to make sure that counties can be actively engaged in NEPA, they go, like, how is that even possible? Doesn't even include the special projects and the sort of the one-offs, doing all that work we did in the Rock Springs RMP. I mean, we spent quite a bit of FNRPA dollars and a ton of time developing that consistency review platform to be able to share with the BLM to hopefully move the ball in the right direction for consistency to help even the BLM, right? This isn't just to help us, it's to make sure the BLM complies with their own requirements. And that just isn't possible without FNRPA. So I couldn't tell you if it's enough. I will tell you it is a phenomenal program. I don't just say it because it funds my salary. I say it because it really is. I mean, I'm getting phone calls from folks in Washington, Northern California, Colorado, Idaho, and Montana that are all envious that we have something that we can utilize to combat or inform or educate. I mean, a lot of our money also gets spent on training, and we train alongside the Forest Service. This isn't, fight to the death, Mortal Kombat stuff. We actually are partnering with them in ways to make things better without having to only litigate. So I love the program. I couldn't tell you exactly on a dollar.
Follow up? Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm hearing from my friends in Sweetwater County, my Board of County Commissioner folks, that they're not getting reimbursed for legal expenses as it relates to the items that you're involved with, their legal challenges. Do you know any reason why that is? Or maybe you could just get back on this question. Is they're claiming that they have not got reimbursed in the governor's office. They put requests in and have not gotten any money back, and they're experiencing expenses because of the Rock Springs RMP. That's kind of the general question. I hate to put you on the spot, but maybe you could get back with an answer if you can find out.
Mr. Christensen.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, I certainly can get you in contact with the governor's office. I want to be clear. I do not manage the FNRPA account, and the way that it works is that requests are put in by those that are indicated in statute as parties that are allowed to request funding. Once that governor's office receives the request, they approve that request, and then there is that process of giving essentially receipts, invoices back and forth to the governor's office. So if whether that's not working properly or there's an issue, I'm not aware of it. But I wouldn't be anyway, because that's not in my lane or wheelhouse. But I will make sure to let the governor's office know that you have some questions.
Follow up. Look forward to hearing how we need to change statutes to make that work in a more efficient way then. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one concern I have in just this whole conversation is, when we have an update from the BLM, I'm aware of a number of lawsuits that affect, involve BLM decision-making. If it's oil and gas, they've obviously got the Petroleum Association, same with mining. But when it comes to timber-related issues, that industry is just, it's so diminished from what I remember in the last 10, 20 years, 30 years. And so, I don't know if you agree with that sentiment, but I think that's why, as this committee looks at these issues, they're a little bit more important for us to pay attention to, because it seems like your agency's or your group is taking a very prominent role in pushing back and being involved, maybe because there's lack of industry left in Wyoming. I'm just kind of curious if that's an accurate assessment.
Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis. I'll let the dragon stop. Sorry. So to your point, yes, industry certainly is lacking in this area. It is not that Wyoming doesn't have industry left, and also that Wyoming doesn't have the potential for industry to return. I would say that one of the reasons that we are so engaged currently on NOGA is that backdrop prior to the conversation about 3 forest plan revisions coming up. It's a lot of work. We have a great state forester that has a great staff, but we are a very small state when it comes to personnel. The amount of acres that our state forester covers is a lot. It's huge, and you're looking at an agency that's, you know, a fraction of some of these other states that also have forested lands. So I think for Wyoming's County Commissioner's perspective, planning is really this is the playbook. This is the direction you get for 10 to 15 years. And so it's really important for us to put resources into these plan revisions. Obviously, project-specific NEPA is also important for, you know, getting that pad out there for oil and gas, or that right-of-way, you know, through, depending on, you know, what that process looks like. But I would say we are very interested always when it comes to planning, which should include that local input. And so, you know, we try to provide that input and be educated and prepared to provide that input when asked.
Follow up, Senator? All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We have Andrew Johnson online. So appreciate him coming in. Mr. Johnson, if you would introduce yourself and provide testimony as you see fit.
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. My name is Andrew Johnson. I'm the forest supervisor on the Bighorn National Forest based here in Sheridan, Wyoming. I've served the Bighorn for the last 6.5 years and really feel privileged to work in Wyoming, in particular this part of Wyoming, and steward the resources of the Bighorn National Forest. I can discuss with you today how the National Old Growth Amendment, what that could mean to the forest, and how the forest has and how we continue to expect to continue managing old growth stands. Old growth is a term that means very, very different things to different people, both silviculturally, scientifically, and socially. We recognize, and the NOGA process acknowledges, that a mature Sitka spruce stand in Alaska, for example, is a very, very different thing than a lodgepole stand on the Bighorns in Wyoming. Those stands provide different benefits and require different approaches for their management and stewardship. Here on the Bighorn, our work has been guided and conducted collaboratively with the Bighorn National Forest Plan Steering Committee for the last 24 years. That committee is made up of commissioners from the counties we serve, Conservation Weed and Pest Districts, the Governor's Office, Wyoming State Forestry Division, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Wyoming Department of Agriculture, Wyoming State Parks and Trails, and many others. That deep commitment we have towards working with these partners and having decisions we make guided by their insights and expertise, I do not expect to change as a result of the ongoing National Old Growth Amendment process. So nothing in the preferred alternative in the National Amendment precludes or changes the authorities delegated to the forest supervisors like myself to amend our forest plans through longstanding public engagement and comment processes. So should we get to a place a year or two from now, and whatever the result of the National Old Growth Amendment isn't working for us here on the Bighorn, we can go through the public comment process, work with our partners, and amend the plan again to tweak what isn't working. So the amendment preserves the ability of the forest to utilize the full range of management tools to implement proactive stewardship activities, particularly in the preferred alternative, like wildfire risk reduction work in our municipal watersheds and the wildland-urban interface, including the use of commercial timber harvesting. Reducing wildfire risk, improving water quality, and improving water quantity has been a key focus of our work here on the Bighorn for a number of years, including in inventory roadless areas and within old growth stands, and I expect that we will continue to do that work. So our current forest plan includes plan components in the form of guidelines to steer our work and standards by which we must complete our work. The National Old Growth Amendment alternatives process would add additional plan components to guide the stewardship of old growth forest. But of note, both of the action alternatives in the DEIS include standards that make clear our ability to continue to use harvest techniques, including in the preferred alternative, even age management to steward old growth. That could include, for example, timber harvest to reduce wildfire risk to old growth stands or potential old growth stands. And perhaps more importantly, commercial harvest of old growth to reduce risk to municipal watersheds and the wildland-urban interface. The second big component of how the National Old Growth Amendment would work is an implementation of an adaptive framework that will help, which we will complete at the local level, that will serve as our guide in project planning to ensure that old growth conditions persist on the landscape. That proposed framework in the draft EIS is not substantially different from how we have considered old growth characteristics on the Bighorn to date. So I can't predict the future, where this National Old Growth Amendment process will land. But what I can share are some examples of the recent work we have been doing here on the Bighorn and what we expect that work would look like should the preferred alternative be selected and the process play out on the National Amendment. So over the last 6 years, the Bighorn has focused our vegetation management work in the municipal watersheds and wildland urban interface areas that are so important to the communities of both Sheridan and Buffalo. In the Buffalo Municipal Watershed Project, the Typhoon Project, the Sheridan Municipal Watershed Project, and the recently signed Pole Creek Project out of Buffalo, we have used commercial timber harvest both in inventoried roadless areas and in stands that could be characterized as old growth. Those treatments were specifically targeted at reducing the risk of wildfire and insect and disease outbreaks, which are the two biggest threats to old growth stands nationally, as well as improving forest health. And in turn, we would ensure the persistence of old growth stands on the landscape. So one of the things that the Bighorn National Forest Plan currently recognizes, and again, under the National Old Growth Amendment would continue to acknowledge, is that old growth isn't a static location on the landscape. It moves around as stands age, become decadent, and either are lost to wildfires or insect and disease, or are harvested. And so currently on the forest, we try to maintain a certain percentage of the landscape in those old growth habitat characteristics for the variety of services that they provide. And we would continue to do so, acknowledging that sometimes to do that, to preserve those old growth characteristics requires active stewardship or active treatments. And to ensure those stands persist in the landscape, maybe not in one specific location, but as a percentage of the timberlands in the landscape, and acknowledging that a significant portion of the Bighorn National Forest is in inventoried roadless areas and in wilderness. That is where most of those older stands currently exist. We still use the existing exemptions to the roadless rule to reduce wildfire risk and treat stands along the fringes of the inventoried roadless areas, and we would continue to do so. As such, the forest plan recommends percentages. We talked about that across the landscape rather than designating specific stands or locations. That would not change. The forest will continue to strategically place timber harvest treatments, including even-aged and clear-cut treatments across the landscape to mimic natural disturbance patterns in locations that both reduce wildfire risk, protect water quality, and improve water quantity. And of course, steward old growth habitat for the benefits that it provides. In the just recently signed Pole Creek project, we recently signed that decision and are moving towards implementation. That project occurred after the proposed National Old Growth Amendment was publicized, and as such required review at our national office because we were proposing some clear-cut treatments in what could be considered old growth stands. We received quick approval to move forward with that project and intend to do so. So the Bighorn's Forest Plan has persisted unamended since 2005, which is a testament to the foresight of the broad group of partners in our communities that helped craft the plan. Those partners, that comprise the Bighorn Forest Plan Steering Committee will essentially have the same ability to help influence us and guide our work through that new adaptive strategy framework, as well as planning and implementing our work moving forward. So while there are more unanswered questions than there are, answers with this process, and it is still playing out. I do not anticipate that the framework proposed in the DEIS will significantly change how we approach our work on the forest. And I expect that you will continue to see us focusing our efforts in the urban interface and in our municipal watersheds and doing the work that is so important to our partners here on the Bighorn. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions for Mr. Johnson from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
Continuing on with public comments. Are there any other public comments? Ms. Norris.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm between lunch and everyone else, but I do feel like I need to make some comments here. And what I'll share with you, I'll try and keep it as simple as possible. and explain what I told Merrill Harrell, Deputy Undersecretary for the Natural Resources and Environment, USDA, on the phone about 2 weeks ago on August 21st when we were having multiple wildfires occurring. What I said was just this: we're about to change all 120 plus national forest plans so that they all have the same desired condition, standards, and guidelines across the board for old growth. That is not something that is done in any of our other national forests for any other value, and it's absolutely inappropriate. We are taking care, just like Andrew, Forest Supervisor of the Bighorns, has already said, we are taking care of old growth very well in our forests at our local units through our forest plans. This is not a problem that needs to be solved from the top down through national office. This needs to be taken care of if there's an issue, just like has been suggested, through amendments. And with that, we have some real big concerns on what this is going to look like when we go to implement. When this gets signed on January or sometime in February, and we now have new desired conditions, new guidance, new objectives that we're all going to have to follow, from the Black Hills to the Bridger Teton to the Caribou Targhee to the Uintas, all are going to have the same exact desired conditions, objectives, and guidance and across the board. And with that, we're very concerned what that's going to look like when it comes to Good Neighbor Authority and all the momentum that we have all agreed is a wildfire crisis ahead of us. And so we are frantically, between the governor's office, state forestry, many of our state agencies, county commissioners, conservation districts, working over this whole summer, dedicating our time, trying to figure out how we can solve this, how we can stop this from actually being signed and implemented the way it is set up. Because Andrew did talk about how there's adaptive strategies. What forest soup right now has the capacity to sit down and come up with adaptive strategies in the next 2 years? I'm not sure. We've talked about it. We've seen their capacity issues. There's just not the capacity for the forests. Well, I need them out getting NEPA done to get projects done so we can get fuels projects done on the ground as quickly as possible, to be sitting and turning around and now looking at trying to do NEPA for old growth. And I think that's just part of the crux of the problem, is we here in Wyoming don't see this as an issue that needs to be solved. We are solving it. We have 3 forest plans that should be going through revision. We just had one go through revision. And with that, that's locally led. And that's the most important part, is none of our forest plans are totally perfect. I look forward to opening up and revising even the Bighorns. But with that, they were all part of us. They had county commissioners, they had conservation districts, they had state agencies at the table helping make those decisions together. This is not the way to go about making an amendment across all of our national forests. And so with that, I'll leave it there and open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Norris, for the comments. Appreciate those. Any questions for our state forester? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any other public comments? With that, I'll close public comments. Committee, what's your pleasure? Senator Ellis, please.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how to say it delicately. I think, listening to the testimony we received, I think there's some legal concerns out there. Certainly those are not appropriate for us to discuss in a forum like this. I'm guessing the governor's office is maybe looking at options, the attorney general's office. So perhaps between now and our next meeting, or sometime before the end of the year, executive session meeting with attorneys, just to understand what's happening and understand the legal strategy maybe a little bit better. I do say I always have concerns when the legislature tries to speak with 2 Wyomings, where we have the governor's office proceeding, and the legislature wants to speak for Wyoming. I really dislike that. But I think, understanding what's some of those conversations are, what conversations are happening, maybe that's an appropriate thing for us to consider.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any desire for comments from this committee? The comment period closes September 20th. Do we want to do any comment letter as a committee? I see heads nodding.
I'd like to move it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Senator Boner seconded. All those in favor of issuing a comment on the old growth amendment as a committee, signal by saying aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our discussion for today. Clarissa, could you give us a rundown of what or Talise, what our action items are? The outcomes?
Mr. Chairman, the three action items, one is to draft a protest letter for the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. The second one is to draft a letter to the congressional delegation regarding the wildfire mitigation plans and what we heard at the testimony in the handouts. And then the third thing is to draft a comment letter on the old growth amendment.
All right. Thank you, Talise. Any comments? Any other items of action items for the committee? Committee members, we have the option to have a third meeting, and it was given to us by the Management Council as an option if we have sufficient load, sufficient topics that we wanted to address. So I'd like to have some discussion on that, whether we need to have a third meeting or not. I'm open for discussion of whether we want a meeting and what would be the topics if we do have a meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Ellis?
I think that week is pretty booked up. I believe Select Federal Natural Resources might be on top of Select Water. Is that right?
Talise?
Mr. Chairman, currently Federal Natural Resource Management is that first day of water where water has their workshop. But yet that currently our meeting is scheduled for November 12th.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't made a Select Water, and I know Senator Kolb's on that too. I would prefer to not, or I would like to go to water and be
Okay.
free.
And it's always, during my career, my mantra has been, it has to be a very good meeting to be better than no meeting at all. So, we've just covered a myriad of topics over this interim. Well, I think we've done some good things. So question is, should we just forego that optional third meeting or reschedule it? What's the desire of the committee? Okay, we have a motion to forego that third one. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so this interim committee is adjourned for the interim.